Is that all right? That does sound live. We're live now. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authorities Board meeting. And thank you to Councillor Bowden for extending the invitation to Fenland once again, sunny and very welcoming. So I'd like to welcome the members of the public and press to this meeting of the Combined Authority Board. I am Mayor Dr. Nick Johnson. Filming and photography are allowed at all our public meetings, so please feel free to film, take pictures or tweet during the meeting. There are no fire drills scheduled today, so if the alarm sounds, I will adjourn the meeting and we will move to the designated fire assembly point located in the car park. And before we begin, can I ask the board and everyone else present to turn their mobiles to silent or vibrate? I just want to make a quick note in terms of the order of the meeting. I will be moving 4.3 Transforming Cities Fund to the start of that section about Transport and Infrastructure Committee recommendations, as it will, as we go through it, will make more sense as the Transforming City Funds has got quite specific relevance, and it's better to hear that one first, using my discretion to reorder the agenda. Right, so part one, and item 1.1 is announcements, apologies for absence, and declarations of interest. I like these bits. I'm delighted to be able to announce that the Combined Authority is now an accredited living wage employer. This means that every member of our staff will earn a real living wage. The real living wage is higher than the government's national living wage and is an independently calculated hourly rate of pay that is based on the actual cost of living. It is calculated each year and is announced by the Living Wage Foundation as part of the Living Wage Week. Over 7,000 organisations, now including the Combined Authority, voluntarily choose to pay the real living wage because we believe that a hard day's work deserves a fair day's pay. This commitment applies not only to our directly employed staff, but also to our third-party contractor staff. I'm really proud of our staff and of this commitment to them. I'd like to also offer my congratulations to Austin Adams on his reappointment to the Business Board for a second term at the Business Board meeting on the 14th of September, alongside Professor Andy Neely, Tina Barsby, and the previous chair, Amir Khalid. It is great to see that the Business Board is not only continuing to attract members of the highest calibre, but it is also retaining them. We move on to apologies for absence. Would the Democratic Service Officer let us know of any apologies?
Thank you, Mayor. I've had one apology from Councillor Edna Murphy, who's the co-opted member representing the Fire Authority.
Thank you. Does any member wish to declare a disclosable pecuniary interest or non-statutory disclosable interest in any items being considered today?
Mayor?
Councillor Bailey.
Is that working? Yeah, sorry. Yes, thank you, Mayor. It is on my members' interest form, but just in the interest of transparency, because I did the same at the Housing Committee, I am a trustee of East Cambridgeshire CLT Community Land Trust.
Councillor Herbert.
It's only recently happened, but I have an obligation to declare an interest in that my partner is a director of Crosskey Homes Limited.
Oh, congratulations on the appointment. Thank you for the update. Declarations of interest can also be made at any point during the meeting. Item 1.2. Item 1.2 is the minutes of the meeting on the 25th of August and the action log. We are being asked to approve the minutes as an accurate record. If any member wishes to raise a question on the accuracy of the minutes only, can you indicate that now? I see no objections, so we will take the minutes as approved unanimously and I will sign them in the course of time. Before we move on, my attention has been drawn to an error in the minutes of the meeting on the 30th of June 2021, when a comment on climate change by Councillor Bowden was incorrectly attributed to Councillor Bailey. Obviously, the board has already approved the minutes of that meeting, but we will note the error in the minutes of today's meeting and place a note on the due minutes to make this clear. Are there any questions on the action log? Thank you. Item 1.3 is petitions. We have received no petitions this time, so we will move on. Item 1.4 is public questions. We received one public question, but unfortunately this was after the deadline set out in the Constitution, so this will be heard at the October meeting. Item 1.5 is the annotated forward plan. The forward plan is published online and is updated regularly. I would remind members that if there are any decisions on the forward plan which are allocated to the executive committees for which members think should be dealt with by the Combined Authority Board instead, they should indicate this now so that the board can take a view. Are there any committee decisions which members would want to be reserved to the board, or any other comments on the forward plan? In that case, I propose that we approve the forward plan, which was published on the 19th of September. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bridget Smith. Are we going to accept that? There's a vote. Yes. Yes. Thank you. I take that as agreed unanimously unless anyone indicates otherwise. Now, the remainder of those members of the public and press, a reminder for those members of the public and press watching the meeting that co-opted members who are here today do not have voting rights on any board decisions. They are, though, both very welcome and encouraged to take part in the decision of any relevant items on the agenda. And they were taking the vote, it's been carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on to item 1.6. Item 1.6 is Combined Authority Board and Committee appointments for September 2021. Robert Parkin, the monitoring officer, will introduce the report.
Usual item to notify the board of changes to the regulatory committees which are nominated by the constituent authorities, and also to seek that the combined authority ratify the appointment of a councillor, Lucy Messinger, as a substitute member on one of its executive committees, the Housing and Communities Committee, for the remainder of the municipal year.
Sorry. Oh, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. I was puzzled, and my apologies that I haven't worked this out for myself, but I was puzzled why we are being asked to note the first three appointments and to ratify the fourth. The paper makes it quite clear why we're noting the first three, in that under the Constitution, it is for the nominating officer to make the actual appointment, or rather to ratify the actual appointment, which is fine. Why is the fourth one being ratified rather than being noted? I just need to understand how the Constitution's work.
It's a very good question, Councillor Bowden. In prepping for this meeting, I asked the very same question. I'm sure, Robert, you can reply.
Yeah, so just calling up the parts of the Constitution, but the last committee is an executive committee of the Combined Authority Board. So it's for the board to confirm the appointment of the members. It's not as of right by notification as the regulatory committees are. Yep.
Clarified? Yeah, I got it. Okay. So can we take a vote on that? So I'm just going to say, open the report. Yeah.
So moving recommendation.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Put this off again. So I'm moving the recommendation from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Herbert. Do you want to take a vote of that? So recommendations A to C are for noting only, but the recommendation D requires a majority of members present and voting to be carried. Votes in favour, please raise your hands. That's unanimous. Carried unanimously. So item 1.7 is the appointment of independent remuneration panel members allowance scheme. Robert Parkin will introduce this report.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this report is to ask the Combined Authority Board to agree the constitution of an independent remuneration panel to be constituted to review the members' allowance scheme for the Combined Authority, in particular and solely in relation to the Mayor's allowance. The report sets out the background to this. Last review was undertaken in 2018-2019 with a recommendation to review within 2 years. Some work's been undertaken by members of my team to speak with constituent authorities and to seek that we work with them by appointing the chairs of those of the independent remuneration panels. And it's noted that one of the constituent councils, Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council, have a joint panel. So there's a proposal here to appoint the chairs. We've had a subsequent communication from one of the officers within a constituent council to mention that there is the effect of some of the chairs being shared with independent remuneration panels across different constituent authorities is to limit the number of those chairs representing those authority areas. So we're proposing, Chair, and through you, there'll be an amendment, as we've discussed, to the recommendation that recommendation A be amended to agree that an independent remuneration panel made up of the chairs or their nominated alternative members of the independent remuneration panels, and that's to capture the possibility that those constituent authority independent remuneration panels have chairs that work across different areas. I'm happy to take any questions, Chair.
Well, I would be happy with that, yes. Councillor Bowden.
Mayor, I have to say I found the original proposal, let alone the amendment, something I can't support. But may I suggest procedurally that, unless anyone objects, that you accept that the amendment is accepted now to the main motion. So we'll talk to the amended motion. I think otherwise procedurally it will just be more messy than it otherwise needs to be.
Okay.
Yes, if you're.
I'm happy with that. Yeah.
Okay. I think that we're massively overdoing this. We're not here talking about a decision-making body which is meant to be necessarily representative of appointees from our constituent authorities. These independent panel members are there. They're independent of our local authorities. So to say that in some way we'll be respecting the autonomy of the individual authorities here and appointing one person from each authority, I think is quite a misreading of the situation. And I really don't think that for the consideration of, with all due respect, Mayor, one individual, I don't think that it's appropriate or necessary for us to have such a large panel, nor to appoint, as is suggested in the as an alternative in the paper, someone from South East Employers, I believe it was, in order to facilitate the whole process. Let's keep this simple. Let's keep this small. I'm certainly not going to be precious as far as Finland is concerned, but I think we're just overdoing this.
Okay. Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much indeed. So I'm afraid I don't agree with Councillor Bowden. As is the case on so many things we do, it's about how it looks to other people. And I think this looks fair and open and transparent, and no member council could have any grievance if the lead independent panel member from their own authority was asked to participate. So I think it's about openness, transparency, and fairness. And I think it's I think it's a very good suggestion actually, as appears on the paper.
Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, I do disagree with Councillor Smith on this occasion. I just think this is unnecessarily complicated, as Councillor Bowden has set out. I understand the intent, and that's where I can understand where Councillor Smith is coming from on this, but these independent remuneration panels are not representative of our constituent authorities. I don't even believe the people on our remuneration panel in Huntingdonshire are Huntingdonshire residents, because that's not the purpose. These are experts. These are people that come together to give expert views on these things. It's entirely unnecessary, therefore, to try and convene a panel of 6 people that are not connected to our constituent councils, are not representative of the views of the constituent councils, and are not necessarily even residents of this county, Mayor. What you need to do is just, as we explained at the last meeting when this came up, just appoint an independent remuneration panel. So go out and find a chair. They're out there, they do this professionally. They then tend to appoint the panel themselves. They will make suggestions to you as to who their panel should be. That's how it generally worked in Huntingdonshire. It's always worked very well. As Councillor Bowden has said, our panel typically is 3 or 4 individuals. I don't think you need 6 chairs to come together to consider one salary when we have 3 or 4 individuals setting whole council schemes.
Obviously, as a point, it's not the mayor who makes the decision, it's the board of the combined authority that makes the decision, Councillor Fuller. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've said a number of times now that there are already independent remuneration panels constituted within the geography. Certainly East Cambs has got a convened panel. I think probably Peterborough City Council and Cambridgeshire County Council, who share, I believe, a panel, already have a convened panel. I would just put it to them and let's get on with it. It's perfectly simple. And I certainly don't support spending money externally with South East employers. I think it's a fundamental principle that, you know, we have this expertise in our 7 constituent local authorities. For goodness sake, let's use one of our expert officers.
Anybody else want to speak? Okay. So there's obviously some disagreement here, maybe. We discussed the report, the recommendations. There are 2 recommendations. I can, sorry, Councillor Bowden.
My apologies, just on a point of order, Mayor, is it appropriate for you to be participating in and voting in this particular issue, given that we're talking about setting your salary? My apologies for making it a personal point, but I just want to have
I think
something
it's
which is
very,
procedurally correct.
it's a very good point. I don't know if what happened in the past, if that was something that was, I mean, I'm not beholden to what's happened in the past with the previous incumbent, but any thoughts?
I'm not sure what happened in the past, actually, directly. It's a matter for the matter. Yeah, it's a matter for you to take a view on. I don't see an objection to you participating. Okay. It's about remuneration, not sorry.
Well, my point is, I think it's a fair point, but as I'm trying to improve the amount as referred to as Councillor Smith, in terms of improving kind of the idea that the combined authority, sorry, I'll take this off the moment, that the combined authority is a board making decision of constituent parts. I want to make sure that the message goes out to all members and indeed all residents within Cambridge and Peterborough that we are trying to be inclusive of all things. So it is something I do feel quite passionate about. The actual level of remuneration, that's for independent people to make a decision about the worthiness or value for money of the mayoral role. But for me, this is all about making sure that the combined authority feels representative of the whole of the communities of Cambridge and Peterborough. So I'll not be moving outside. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Exits are this way. I don't think I can support this in the way it is, because I can't compel the chair of my remuneration panel to take part in this. They may say no. They may say no, thank you. I would have to ask them and say, I think as it stands, Nick, unless somebody's already, and I know it's not happening in Peterborough, I can't sign somebody up that I haven't even asked to do it. I agree about the item B. So I also agree that, if you said to me, Wayne, could you offer your panel to consider, doing this, I'd probably say, yeah, no problem. I'll ask the question. Or any of the other constituent authorities might. Who's doing it at the moment? Yeah. And if that worked well, I don't particularly have a problem. I think that Ryan makes some very good points about, these people are signed up to do, in my case, Peterborough, and that there are a number of independent members. I'm happy to explore the possibility, if you want, that panel could look at this on behalf of the combined authority. I could give that commitment as leader, because I don't think it's too onerous at all, to be perfectly truthful. I think it'd be a very quick discussion. And I'm sure any of the other partners around the table might consider the same thing. But I can't ask the chair of the panel to do another panel separately, nor do I think B is a good idea, nor is it necessary. So perhaps you might either want to go, let's think about this a bit further, because if you're going to vote on it, I can't I can't sign somebody up to that I haven't even discussed it with.
Sorry, Robert.
So just to assist with our officers, we have made approaches, and so we wouldn't be presenting something to you that we didn't think was deliverable. It would be us making the approach to the panel chairs.
Unfortunately,
And with, sorry,
the political process has not followed through because I'm not aware of that as the leader of Peterborough City Council. So if there has been discussions, I would have suggested that keeping me in the loop and other leaders may have been a sensible thing.
But is it not meant to be independent?
No, it is, but it's
So-
independent to the constituent authority. I can't sign up the chairman, and nor can he sign up without presumably speaking to me. Really, that would not be good form. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just going,
it's an
I don't know anything about
but
it.
I love the phrase that we use, lots of words about independence. I want to be a very thing, and the idea behind all of this is by acting as the combined authority. Constituent Member, Councillor Bridget Smith.
So surely we can amend this to say that the chairs of the constituent councils, independent remuneration panels, be invited to participate, should they wish. I would have been very surprised, Councillor Fitzgerald, if I had been in the loop about this, because it rather implies that I had some control or influence over the chair of South Cambridge's remuneration panel, which of course I don't. So I don't think it's a political thing, and I would, I think I would have said I thought it was inappropriate if that approach was made to me. I think it's quite, the fact they are independent, and I think it's reassuring that gentle consultation has happened, so that we're not being, we're not then going to go back to the drawing board when everyone says no. All we can do is invite them, and then it's at their independent discretion whether to accept or not. I think what we're doing is we're suggesting we invite people with experience of doing this at a council level, and therefore there'll be people who'll be able to hit the ground running.
Thank you. Councillor Bowden again.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's a shame that this wasn't hammered out at leader strategy. It would have been helpful for us to have had many of these discussions and come forward with something which we can all agree on. Because at the end of the day, we're not talking about something which is of the greatest importance here. It's a very simple and straightforward process, and I'd like to keep it simple and straightforward. I see no reason why the independent remuneration panel of the combined authority should be twice the size of the independent remuneration panel of individual constituent authorities. It's just not necessary. I think it is appropriate to have 3 individuals on it rather than just 2. It's certainly not necessary to have 6 and to pay 6. And as far as B is concerned, B actually gives us options. And one of the options is that an officer from one of the constituent authorities be appointed to fulfill that coordinating role. And that's the part of B which I would personally support. But I think we're now at the stage where it's getting really quite confused here. And possibly this needs to just go back to leader strategy, hammer something up between us all, and then come back with a united proposal. Because clearly there isn't a majority in the room for what is being suggested here.
Well, certainly disagreement.
So just points of clarification, there's no DPI here, there's no direct relationship between the decision taken today and the direct consequence of as it were, a DPI return for the mayor, so you can participate in the meeting. Taking comments from Councillor Smith and noting the proposed amendment earlier, which was taken in discussions with the chair, an amended recommendation A would read, agree that an independent remuneration panel made up of the chairs of the independent remuneration panels or their nominated alternative members be invited to constitute the review of the members' allowance scheme in relation to the mayor's allowance. So that's the invitation. Clarity for the board, this is the combined authority constituting its own independent remuneration panel, so it doesn't need the express permission. These are independent individuals who are acting as independent remuneration panel chairs and members, so that's why they've been approached. But this is the combined authority constituting its own. And B is in the alternative, as Councillor Bowden says, and the recommendation subject to, well, we could take it in the alternative as to whether to engage South East employers or invite an officer there. So that will be in the alternative at a vote.
Yeah, I'm ready to move on. Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, very briefly. So just to come back to Councillor Smith's point, that my panel is independent. I have no influence over them, but the point I'm making if it has an impact or has some issue with time or anything else, then I would be interested if it does impact on Peterborough. The thing is, what I'm slightly confused about here. So if there are every constituent authority, let's assume they've got a chair, and every chair says no, or one chair says yes. Where are the terms of reference that say how many people there should be? What makes up a panel? You know, what if they do say no? You know, do you then go to another panel member in each authority? So I'm just struggling to find the basis of the, if you like, the terms of reference. What constitutes a panel? How many people? Who is it made up of? So, and I've just posed the question. So you invite the chairs of all these people and they say no, or three of them say no. Does that mean then 4 is acceptable? What is the panel going to be made up of in terms of, you know, the terms of reference for this panel for the combined authority? It's a bit of a strange thing. I mean, I'm happy to ask the chair. I don't have a problem with that, you know, and it's not for me to be involved in, but as the person who's representing the authority I represent, I thought I might know as leader if they're being asked to do something else for another authority. That's the
We have a question. You asked a good question about numbers.
Anyway, sorry, I'll shut up.
No, it's fine. I'm going to let Robert make a point of clarification. I'm going to move on to a vote.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
Minimum, Chair, minimum of 3 members as required. We were presenting this in the confidence and comfort of having had discussions with the panels. The amended recommendation specifies nominated alternative members, and its invitation. There is a requirement that we have 3 members, but the purport of the recommendation is that we'll approach those that we've already had discussions with in the confidence that they'll engage with us. We'll need a minimum of 3. And it will proceed on that basis. And we note the alternative, the change in the recommendation, which is to allow for nominated alternatives. So we have confidence that we'll have full engagement.
Thank you. I am moving this recommendation from the chair. Do I have a second?
Mayor.
Oh, sorry, Austin. Sorry. No,
I have an amendment to move, Mayor, before you.
Sorry, can I just go? Sorry, Councillor Fuller. Austin had his hand up before you. No, sorry. Oh, sorry, my mistake. Sorry, Fuller. Is that Councillor Fuller? Sorry, I missed. Sorry, I missed your name. Sorry, Councillor Fuller. Councillor Fuller, was there a problem?
Mr. Adams to go first, even though I had my hand up before him.
My mistake.
Thank you.
Austin Adams.
Thank you, Ryan. I guess this falls into the category for me, and if it's not broken, don't fix it. So is there a problem with the current arrangement? Okay.
So we have a split of opinion.
We have a difference of opinion, which brings me on to my second point, that this should be dealt with, to Chris's point, this should have been dealt with in the leader strategy meeting. We are wasting time again. The efficiency of these meetings is just terrible. We're not thinking through these points before we bring them to the table.
Okay. Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor. In an attempt to try and move this on, because I agree with everything Mr. Adams has said, we are spending too much time on this, really. Can I suggest an amendment? Because I hear what you're trying to achieve, Mayor, in making this representative. We've told you now at 2 board meetings that the approach that you're suggesting, and I understand what you say, but this is the board deciding it, but this is a report that's come from you with your name on it. These are your recommendations. We've told you on 2 occasions now that doesn't make it representative, because there is no direct representative link between these people you're suggesting and our constituent authorities. So can I suggest what you do is you actually seek to appoint a separate independent remuneration panel. So the way most constituent councils do that is you appoint a chair and they then select the membership. So you select a chair and ask them to appoint a representative panel that covers the authority area. So to that end, I suggest an amendment that simply removes the word "and" in the first line, replaced with a representative, and then following the word panel, remove all of that text until you get to be constituted. So agree that a representative independent remuneration panel be constituted to review the members' allowance scheme for the combined authority in relation to the mayor's allowance. That's so simple, Mayor. It doesn't require any of this fuss. Well, it's up to the chair. Let the chair appoint a representative panel. Well, it said representative of the authority area.
Combined authority area.
So just to assist the meeting, we're just going to get the text of that so that then we may have a seconder to then have the debate on the amendment. Let's just keep things in order.
Sorry, Councillor Fuller, my understanding is that you're saying agree that a representative independent remuneration panel, and then we go be constituted to review the members' allowances scheme for the combined authority, etc.
Charles, we have a seconder for
A seconder, so we go to discuss that.
I'm happy to second that, Mayor. And I think it just replicates what we do generally in all our constituent authorities. And yes, the representative nature of the individuals concerned is just that they're representative of the combined authority area as a whole, not necessarily of each individual authority. We just don't need that level of complication. And having a simple panel of 3, as is required by our constitution, will just fulfill the function which we're meant to fulfill, and it will be the cheapest option as well.
That's the thing. Councillor Stinger.
I do think it's time we brought this to a conclusion. I think it's completely absurd that we've spent this amount of time discussing £450 effectively. I think that I don't have a huge problem with the amendment that's been put forward. I didn't have any problem at all with the proposal that had originally been made. I do think that there is a need for really clear transparency, and I think that there is a slight problem with the mayor being appointing the chair of the body, which is effectively setting his own salary. And that's why it's a little bit different from the situation with a council, where you appoint a chair who sets the arrangements for the whole council, and it's a slightly different process. I think it is a slightly different process. However, I think we need to get on and make a decision, and I'm happy to support the amendment. What I could suggest, Mayor, is that when considering who to appoint as the chair, you have a panel already set up by Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, which covers the whole area, which you could just use.
That's what we were saying. So you can either choose to agree or put it to the vote before then going to a substantive vote. So you can continue the debate about
Well, thank you, Councillor. Well, I support the amendment.
Okay.
So
as chair, you can agree that. And
okay, agree the amendment.
So the amendment.
So if we're about to vote on the amendment put by Councillor Fuller, is the mayor are we agreeing that the mayor appoints the chair of the IRP?
No.
Right, can we be clear about what we're voting on? And just for information, I just support Lucy's very sensible suggestion that we just go with the convened panel that is already in existence, because it would just end this ridiculous discussion right now.
Well, no. Sorry,
Can I just say that I was not suggesting it because it's already a convened panel. I was suggesting it because it is a panel which covers the whole of the area. But it's the same panel, and we should get on and make a decision.
So we can go to the amendment in agreement, but we'll need to sort of obviously look at. I mean, I don't think there's necessarily an agreement about how we're going to do it. We have to work on that at the leader strategy meeting.
Mayor, a suggestion has been made by Lucy, however informally, which just honestly makes sense. So why can't we agree with what Lucy has suggested, which is that the independent review panel for Cambridgeshire, which is also the independent review panel, I understand, for Peterborough, be adopted as our independent review panel, and that we appoint an officer who is from one of the districts rather than from one of the higher tier authorities to coordinate it.
We'll put the amendment before with Councillor Stinger's suggestion. You want to take a vote on it?
let's just be really clear on what the amendment is, please.
Just check. So the amendment has come from
You have to choose
councillor.
a chair.
Sorry, can I just confirm? The amendment has come from councillor Fuller, and it is to agree a sorry, I need to go back to your. You said to agree a representative independent remuneration panel be constituted to, and then whatever is the remainder of that. And then the suggestion is from councillor Mestinga that the panel for Cambridge County Council and
Might be
Peterborough City
approached.
Council be approached.
Yeah, sensible.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucy. Yes. Do you want to take a vote on that?
Agreed.
On A? On A, yes.
Yeah.
Want to take a vote on that
You got a
recommendation?
second?
I need a second. I'll take it from Councillor Singer.
Agreed.
Agreed.
There we go.
Agreed unanimously.
I'm abstaining on that.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
That's all right.
The recommendation of discuss whether officers engage South East employers or invite an officer from a constituent council to manage the independent remuneration panel. So. Yes, that would be okay.
Voting on that, Lim first then, which is the proposal, discuss and agree that an officer from the constituent council manage the panel. Constituent district council.
Okay, go for that. Vote in favour?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. Take those. Against, was it the, right, 1 point, I think I'm on to, we're going to 1.8 now. Right, 1.8, sorry. Item 1.8 is the overview and scrutiny committee arrangements. Review of the recommendations from the Centre of Governance and Scrutiny. Robert Parkin will once again introduce the report.
I've actually got Anne Gardner to help present this report today, so she's sitting at the back. I think she should have access to a microphone.
Thank you, members. The report provides the board with the recommendations from the Centre for Governance and Scrutiny following the review that was carried out over March and April this year. The report provides summary findings and key actions. Happy to take any questions.
Yep, so
An amendment has been suggested by Councillor Anna Bailey. Do you want to speak on the matter?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So the amendment is before members on the table. And there's a number of reasons for this. I think first thing to say that obviously it's a matter for the Overview and Scrutiny Committee itself as to how it wants to work and what it wants to examine and how it wants to carry on its business. And to that end, I'm surprised on reading the documents how influenced it appears to have been by the Mayor's wishes as to what Overview and Scrutiny Committee might be proposing to do. There's a number, I think there's a number of things that I would like to feed back to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee for their consideration in when they're deciding how they want to manage themselves. But as and I think more points will come out in the debate, and I think it's very important that those points are captured and fed back to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee so that they can consider each of them and the points that are made from the board. So that's the second part of my amendment. But one particular thing that I think is important that is included in my amendment there is that, you know, there is an importance around scrutinising of mayoral decision notices in particular. Those notices bypass normal decision-making processes and therefore are not subject to the normal checks and balances of the combined authority. They are direct decisions. And therefore, I think Overview and Scrutiny Committee has a very important role on scrutinising those, and that should be recognised. Personally, I would like to see, you know, I didn't want to say it at the meeting because I felt it might be rude, but when we all went to Peterborough last board meeting and the chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee turned up and read the pre-prepared ONS questions that everybody had seen in writing and received pre-prepared answers on the detail of the papers before us, which are subject to scrutiny anyway, because we are a cross-party, cross-authority, cross-geography group of people. I did feel that it was somewhat a waste of her time and not the best use of, scrutiny resource, which is scarce because they are people that have busy lives and are, involved in their own constituent councils. So personally, I would like to see the Overview and Scrutiny Committee going back to basics, looking at the fundamentals of the devolution deal and why we exist, and holding the Mayor and the Combined Authority to account against those principles, performance against the agreed objectives and projects that the Combined Authority is pursuing. So that would include things around doubling GVA and increasing jobs, housing delivery, etc. The very fundamentals of the purpose of the CPCA, and that's what I think Overview and Scrutiny should be concentrating on instead of the line-by-line detail of papers that come before us, which I don't think is getting us anywhere, frankly. And I think once a year scrutiny is wholly unacceptable. I support the idea of the Mayor's question times. I think it should be a regular event, and I think it should be not pre-prepared in any way. It's important that the Mayor people are able to ask the Mayor questions and get answers on where he stands on particular items. So that is why I've moved the amendment, which is there before you. Thank you.
For the benefit of the public, anybody watching, should I read it out?
I'm happy to read it out. So the amendment is that note the recommendations from the Centre for Governance and Scrutiny and provide any comments or feedback for the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. The board notes the importance of Overview and Scrutiny Committee scrutinising mayoral decision notices, as those notices bypass the normal checks and balances of the Combined Authority. Further, the board also disagrees with some of the other recommendations from the Centre for Governance and Scrutiny and instruct that the comments of the board are sent to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee.
Thank you. We need a Councillor Bowden. Thank you.
Happy to second that, Mayor, if I may speak.
So yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
thank you.
That's all right.
Very happy to second it, very much for the reasons which have been already given by Councillor Bailey. We are in an authority which has a quite clear structure, and that structure, whilst we are all board members of the authority, and the constituent authorities are members of the authority, it is an authority which is led by the Mayor. And you lead not merely in a nominal fashion, but you also have rights, particularly rights of preemption and rights of veto, which effectively mean that nothing will happen within this organization without your say-so. That's the way the system is set up. I'm not criticizing it, I'm not praising it, but that is just the way the system is set up. Given that, your personal position on issues is absolutely crucial. And that is why it's appropriate for you in particular to be held to account by the Overview and Scrutiny Committee as to your positions on various things, what you have done and what you plan to do. That's why I would very much support, in particular, the idea that Overview and Scrutiny have the opportunity to question you on a regular basis, not just once a year. And I think you've already said somewhere, you've made a statement somewhere that you would be open to any invitation from them at any meeting to answer questions. I think you already said that elsewhere. And I think that's entirely appropriate that that be the case. And I'm particularly concerned about making sure that mayoral decision notices have some degree of scrutiny over and above what's possible, given the unusual circumstances which have to exist for them even to be taken in the first place. You had given an assurance that there wouldn't be many mayoral decision notices, and there have been quite a few already. I hope there won't be the need for lots more, but circumstances will be such that there will be occasions when you'll be obliged to make a mayoral decision notice. I'm sure I can't predict what they'll be, but I'm sure they'll happen. In which case it is important that we have a structure in place which very clearly gives the opportunity for those to be scrutinised, and not necessarily just by this board, but by the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. So very much welcome what's being suggested here by Councillor Bailey, and I think that none of us has anything to fear from proper scrutiny and proper overview. And additionally, it can only help in good governance if the Overview and Scrutiny Committee takes a strong role within this authority rather than a weak one.
Okay, thank you. Well, we're now going to open up the debate on the amendment, just to make things easier. Thank you for bringing it. I agree. And as another point of clarity, yes, I have said many times, I'm more than happy to go over review and scrutiny. I think it's an important role and for the mayor to appear there. I've obviously enjoyed some conversations with members of the review and scrutiny, the chair, vice chair, about making the role of the mayor come into there. There also recent discussions have talked about the mayor coming to a review and scrutiny in my role as chair of the transport committee. So this hopefully is a demonstration from the mayoral office with the team that there will be increased transparency across the board. So I thank you for bringing the amendment. I know people want to discuss it, but just want to make it easier for you. I agree. Councillor Herbert, sorry. Sorry.
So could I just make a point, please, if you wouldn't mind me
If
interjecting?
that's
So I get
okay with Councillor Herbert.
Would you mind if I just made one point? I just wonder whether the chair of scrutiny and overview could be asked to respond to the amendments before we start discussing them, because I believe she hasn't had sight of them. It'd be interesting to hear her
I would
views
be interested
before
to
we
hear
debate,
that. I
if
mean,
that's okay with you,
does my
councillor
mayoral
Herbert.
privilege allow me to invite the chair of the overview and scrutiny committee? Is that acceptable? Apparently, it's something that can be done constitutionally. So if the chair of overview and scrutiny is here, Councillor Dupre, if that the floor is yours, I'd be very interested to hear your feedback in regard, and it'd be helpful to clarify any of the conversations we've had as well. Thank you, Councillor Smith, for the.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I've not had sight of the amendment, so and it's difficult to absorb it when it's being spoken to the front of the room and you're sitting at the back. I believe I'm about to be passed something in writing. It might have been useful to have had sight of the amendment before in order to be able to respond to the specific concerns. So just looking at this amendment, noting the importance of overview and scrutiny committee scrutinising mayoral decision notices. Yes, I agree. One of the things that has concerned the overview and scrutiny committee is the fact that, for example, at the last board meeting, 3 out of the 4 items of business were placed on the agenda through the general exception notice procedure. So we haven't had time in some instances to review significant chunks of the board's business, and we would not want that to be an ongoing way of doing business. And indeed, we have decided not at this stage to take up the recommendation of the Centre for Governance and Scrutiny that we in some way lose our right to ask questions at the board meeting, precisely because we didn't want to give up that route of holding the mayor to account until we were confident that we were able to do the business and have those conversations between meetings based on a shared understanding of what the forward plan and the agenda was going to be. So I agree, and my committee has been very clear that it does not wish to waive its right to ask those probing questions as long as we are being presented with business and decisions at very short notice. The other part of the amendment I'm struggling with, because it says the board disagrees with some of the other recommendations, and I'm not clear which of those recommendations it is that are disagreed with, and therefore I'm not sure what value I can add to this debate, because it doesn't specify which are those. Obviously, the board will come to a view about what it feels about the piece of work that was done, and it will send comments to us. But at the moment, because I don't know what those comments will be, and I don't know which of the recommendations are so objectionable, I'm not sure I can add any value to that at this stage. We will, as a committee, consider comments from the board, obviously, take those seriously, but ultimately the business of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee is the Overview and Scrutiny Committee's business. We are getting on with implementing many of the recommendations from the review, which I think have been extremely useful. We're beginning to build that team, which I have to say is very difficult when the membership of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee changes annually with each annual election. It can be quite difficult getting that team to gel over time, but we are doing that. Lead members are stepping forward to take up responsibilities, ask questions. You asked us at your last meeting whether we wished to look at an accommodation strategy, which it was our question to the board last month that elicited that the authority did not have. So that was a valuable piece of information that came through questioning. And a member has stepped forward from the Overview and Scrutiny Committee to say they are happy to take that piece of work on. So I will be liaising with that member and with yourselves about how to progress that piece of work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor de Grey. Councillor Herbert, please.
I don't want to go down too many rabbit holes, but I do want to make about 5 points. First of all, and this is in part response to Councillor Bailey to your amendment, I'm more interested in hearing what the Scrutiny Committee's got to say about scrutiny than us telling them what to do. They are holding the board to account as well as the mayor, and it kind of doesn't work for me for us to pass this. I also don't believe that the second paragraph is at all helpful because it's kind of a fishing expedition, and I'm not clear what it's about. So I would prefer, Mayor, if we didn't pass this amendment, but that we ask the Scrutiny Committee for its views on the report. They are supposed to be arm's length scrutiny. We are not supposed to tell them how to do their business. I don't agree with everything in the Centre for Governance and Scrutiny, but as they say, it's been very difficult to undertake scrutiny. I objected to secret mayoral decision notices and secret officer decision notices for several years without any support from other members of the board when I was here. And I think the Scrutiny Committee has done a really good job in the circumstances. And I respect the people who've chaired it as well, because they have come here and said things. And they should be free to come here and say things. And I think they should be here, Councillor Bailey, to say the main points that their committee over several hours has been discussing. So I don't support this amendment, and I do support the report, and I'd like to hear back from the Scrutiny Committee about their views once they've had time to take a view. The point I totally agree with you, Councillor Bailey, on is that I do think they should be assisted to focus on some of the policy issues. And I think they can, Councillor Bailey, if that links around an item that's coming to us, but they should also, without going themselves on fishing expeditions, be encouraged to look at transport, affordable housing, other infrastructure, the challenges of climate change. Thanks.
So Councillor Herbert, thanks for that. I mean, I have to say I'm very much in agreement that I think mayoral decisions should be going to the overview and scrutiny, and I get a sense that we have an agreement maybe in the room about that. But just for the openness, it seems that the second part, they're rather open. Some of the other recommendations seems a little bit more. Thanks. So just summarising at the moment, Councillor Fitzgerald.
I have a suggestion on that, Mr. Mayor, that we just make an amendment to that last paragraph that actually refers it back to overview and scrutiny of that report, and that report comes back here. So I think, Lois, you're saying the same thing, and I think Nick, you're saying the same thing. Yeah. Everybody wants scrutiny of all the decisions, but and again, you haven't had time to consider. Well, maybe you have, but not put a report forward to the board. We're being asked to note the contents and thus tacitly agree them, which I think Councillor Bailey has pointed out that we don't agree with some of the recommendations in the report. And I think everybody here is saying that. I think scrutiny might also want to scrutinise all the decisions, I think, which is what the mayor is saying. So can we just add something to that second paragraph that says the comments of the board are sent to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee for further scrutiny, and report back to the board as to what the Scrutiny Committee think of this report.
Okay.
Because I actually don't know that.
So, Councillor Bailey, for Councillor Fitzgerald's suggestion, you would have to be in agreement, and Councillor
I don't disagree with anything Councillor Herbert said, actually. I think perhaps my wording of the board also disagrees is problematic, because we've all got slightly different opinions, and some people will disagree with certain elements of the report. What I was trying to make sure was that it was clear coming from this room that there is disagreement by people with some elements of the report, and that anything that was said in this room was fed back carefully to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which I think is what Councillor Herbert was basically saying. And so I'm actually, that really essentially is covered by the first point, note the recommendations and provide any comments. So as long as we keep hold of the mayoral decision notices and all the comments that are made today about what people don't agree with in the report are properly fed back, which they will be captured in minutes and formally fed back to overview.
So in terms of your amendment, you're withdrawing
I can withdraw the the last paragraph, yeah.
I've got a thumbs up over there. Are we happy?
It's fine.
That's fine. So essentially, yes, okay. I'm ready to vote on the amendment. The board notes the importance of overview and scrutiny committee scrutinising mayoral decision notices as those notices bypass the normal checks and balances of the combined authority. Okay, we're going to agree on that amendment. Yes. On a vote. Okay.
Yes. So, Mr. Mayor, get the scrutiny view of that report at a future meeting. That might be helpful as to what the scrutiny committee think of the recommendations rather than what we think, as Lewis said. I'd like to know what the collective membership thinks, good or bad, of that report. And at the moment, that's not clear.
So Mayor, we've just agreed to amend the principal recommendation. We haven't yet voted on the substantive recommendation as amended. And there's an opportunity for further debate or to move straight to the vote.
I'm assuming nobody wants to keep discussing this. So are we all happy? Okay,
That's taken unanimously.
Okay, so a unanimous vote? Yes, and yes, thank you.
Apologies for just taking an extra minute of our time, but we've now spent we're almost an hour into the meeting. We've discussed 2 internal governance items, which have been very inward looking. And not only would I welcome consideration being given to more of these things being hammered out at leader strategy meetings before these meetings take place, I'm beginning to whether it's appropriate to move governance items to the end of the agenda so we get the meaty stuff done, the important stuff done first, and the governance items can come later, because we can't continue to have meetings where we spend so much of our time talking about governance. Then when we come to some issues where we're talking about the spending of hundreds of thousands or even millions of pounds of taxpayers' money, we almost nod it through because we're tired after having been talking for 4 hours. Sorry to take up an extra minute. I think it's a valuable.
It's a point that's been made on many meetings. We are, as you know, undergoing the governance review process, and it's one of the things by working with you all that we hope to make it. We're all suffering here, and as indeed anybody watching will be say the same. So let's try and take that as a sort of acknowledgement that we all agree. Right, okay, I'm going to move on to is it the business plan now? Sorry, my gosh, Remy. Sorry, my apologies, 1.9. Item 1.9 is the corporate risk management strategy and risk register. Robert Parkin will introduce the report.
Thank you. Members, this is a standing item wherein the Audit and Governance Committee reviews the risk register, corporate risk register, makes comments upon it, and refers the risk register up to the board for any further comments and a review. Comments coming forward from Audit and Governance were specifically in relation to risk ID 18, which is the climate change item, and the Audit Committee expressed the concern that the residual risk score was low, and this is attributable in the scoring to the impact of climate change being rated at 2, which is using the language of the risk management risk strategy is that an impact would be marginal and result in minor loss or gain, but little overall effect. To move it up toward 5, we move through 3, which is significant, considerable loss gain, 4 major, and 5 monumental. Okay, and that was the only item I wanted to bring to your attention, members, in relation to the risk register.
So, I mean, I'll now open the report to discussion, and there is that specific point, which I'm happy for the issue around, I think it's number, although it's difficult to see, number 18. I would have similar concerns about the risk of climate change being scored so relatively low. I'm not necessarily thinking I'm an expert who can say on what scale it should go up to, but I would certainly like that to be explored again by the Audit and Governance Committee, unless anybody else wants to make other further comments about that or any other things. Okay, I'm going to go to Austin Adams first.
Austin, can you just put the microphone on?
Yeah, sorry. Is this not a matter where officers should go away and consider the risks and put forward a proposal as to what we should adjust the score to? It feels like this is being presented in this meeting for us to debate whether the score should be a 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not the function of this meeting, is my understanding. If we wanted to have that debate, we should do it outside of this meeting in the mayor's the leader strategy. Thank you, leader strategy meeting. I'm sorry to labour the point, but the inefficiency of these meetings is just driving me crazy, frankly. This is my.
I'll let Robert speak. I mean, I agree there are issues around the inefficiency, but also this thing about making sure that this is a request from an audit and governance committee, and to some extent just a desire to be very open. I know the balance has to get right before you come in. Yes, okay, fine.
Thank you. I think that we've got a relatively benign suggestion from the Audit and Governance Committee. There isn't actually a need for us to discuss that at great length today.
No.
We're not being asked to set whatever the new risk should be.
Okay.
We're being asked to note that there is that concern, and potentially I imagine that if we agree with their concern, it will mean that the risk register goes back for another review and comes back to us in future. I don't see that there's a huge need for us to discuss that at any length. I think I'm perfectly happy to support that. I agree with the Audit and Governance Committee. I think that given the impact that climate change is having on our area now, noticeably, we should be reviewing whether that's the correct risk. That is part of our job when we review the risk register. We think, is this risk correct? Maybe not. Then we ask it to be reviewed again. I don't think there's a need for a long discussion about it. I'm perfectly happy to support it. And I'd like to get on with the rest of the meeting.
Yep, no, well, I would agree and thank the Audit and Governance Committee for highlighting, this is what Audit and Governance is there for. They've picked up an issue which is of concern to them. They've asked us to reconsider it. We will do it at a leader strategy meeting in the nearest opportunity.
Yep, absolutely. Audit and Governance sat last Friday, and I think that the detail of the work that would support the sort of discussion and advice that the chair of the business board is referring to will need a bit more time. So that's taken on board, and that can come back to a leader strategy meeting.
So, as I say, for this 1.9, the Combined Authority Board is recommended to consider, in the light of a request by the Combined Authority Audit and Governance Committee, the significance of the residual risk for climate change has been properly calibrated, and B, provide any comments arising to the Audit and Governance Committee. Are we in agreement with that? Agreed. Okay, I think that means it's unanimous. So we now move to 1.10, the business plan. And this is business plan 2021 to 2022, mid-year refresh. Nathan Bunting, Programme Coordinator, will introduce the report.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Thanks, members. So the recommendation is to approve the 2021-22 business plan mid-year refresh. The report provides a mid-year update on the business plan in line with the process agreed at the January 2021 board meeting. So Appendix 1 offers an overview of progress against the Combined Authority key projects as identified as priorities in the business plan. The paper proposes that 2 priority projects should be scored as completed, subject to board decisions. So these are the 100k homes project, subject to a board decision later today. And the second one is the CAM project, subject to a board decision in October. I commend this paper to the board.
Thank you, Nathan. Opening the report to discussion. Okay. Well, Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This is a business plan refresh. We're 4 months into a new mayoral term, and I'm struggling to see anything fresh on the business plan, which is a bit of a shame that we haven't managed to establish exactly, I don't think, what the priorities of the Combined Authority are. We've been talking about reprioritising key projects. We haven't nailed any of that down, apart from the ones that have been cancelled, which is 100k homes in the CAM Metro. They all still seem to be on here. So I was also somewhat troubled about the lack of any real new asks in the letter that went to government on what is a 3-year settlement for the comprehensive spending review. I think it's very concerning that we're extremely unlikely to hear the words Cambridgeshire and Peterborough in any announcements coming out of government, because we haven't really made any asks other than mentioning existing projects, which I think, you know, have been put forward to government before. So, you know, I'm just struggling to understand why this is really a refresh other than cancellation of existing policy, really. So I'd like to just specifically understand and ask you, Mayor, if I may, whether you are committed to every project that is outlined on the plan on page 157, whether you are personally committed to all of those projects, and that's what we're agreeing that you are signing up to today, that you are committed to delivering all the projects as they appear on page 157. And presumably that means that you are committed to junction improvements and dualling for the A10. And I would also just like to, given that excellently, Soham Railway Station is on track to be opened before Christmas in December, which is excellent. But of course, what we really need is the phase 2, which is the reinstating the missing track, the Newmarket curve as it's known, in order that Soham residents and surrounding area residents can get on trains on Soham, in Soham, and get directly to Cambridge. And I'd like to understand whether you are also committed to that specifically. But by signing off today on the plan on page 157, can we confirm that you are absolutely committed to all of the projects as listed? Thank you.
I'll come to that in a moment. There, Councillor Singer.
Thank you. There are a variety of ways in which I agree with Anna on this, which is that while I think that the summary on page 157 is admirable in its kind of clarity and brevity, we do actually need some more detail on where the combined authority stands in its overall business cases, how what progress we're making, what things are on budget, under budget, on time. It's been something that has been an issue for this combined authority ever since it was set up. Chris Bowden and I used to sit on the combined authority scrutiny committee, fuming about the lack of clarity in the financial papers. So I understand that this is, you have only been in post for 4 months, so I wouldn't expect you to have got all that sorted out yet. But in the future, I think we really do need to have page 157, because actually that's really impressive in terms of a summary, but it's only a summary and we need the detail as well. So I've got no problem with what's there. I'm just saying that next time, please, can we have significantly more detail?
Councillor Herbert.
I'm loath to create more work for you, Mayor, but I do think there's a value in reviewing what are perhaps the 1 to 3 top priorities for each of the constituent council areas, not because we should dive into lots and lots of projects, because that was a clear fault of the first 4 years, that we really tried to chew on about 50 different projects and we only had the capacity to progress perhaps 20. But I do think that I'm not here to represent Huntingdonshire, but I don't think Huntingdonshire's got a fair deal out of the combined authority. Some of us have kind of got bypassed a bit, but only in so far as the voice of the combined authority could help progress things. So I'm really pleased to see work on the A505, for instance, because that's a critical issue in the south. So that's what I really request, is to use. I like what is said on page 157, but I do think, given that we've got the further 5 times 20 million, and that we do have an opportunity to start fresh on a few other options, that we have a dialogue, and however you want to do it, Nick.
Thank you, Councillor.
I hope you all agree.
Councillor Fuller, we're name checked there from Huntingdonshire.
Thank you, Mayor. And that's what made me think I'd better pitch in on this. And I thank Councillor Herbert for defending Huntingdonshire. It's very good of him.
Do my best, Councillor Ball.
I mean, I don't necessarily feel it's hard done by, perhaps, as Councillor Herbert feels we have been, but this does go back to Councillor Bailey's original point on this. In that, you know, Mayor, my managing director and I came to see you last week, and we asked you a very direct question around your support for the delivery of the A141. I think it's fair to say we didn't get an answer. So it was really interesting to see that on this list, as this is one of the combined authorities' priorities. So I too would like assurance. Also, particularly as further down the list, there is the St Ives area transport study mentioned as well. You know, we have a great interest in the Market Town Master Plan, the affordable housing programme that I know we're going to discuss later. It's perhaps not as feasible as it once was. So, you know, I think Councillor Herbert's point around 3 top priorities, Huntingdonshire's 3 top priorities at this present time are on this document. But what we need is absolute clarity, which has not been forthcoming over the last 4 or 5 months, about whether this is something that you as mayor are committing to. Because as Councillor Bowden made the point in an earlier debate, unless you commit to these schemes, they won't happen. And as I know, Urban and Civic came to see you the day after our meeting, you know, there are other third parties that are really basing a lot of stuff on progress of some of these possibilities. So could we please have, as Councillor Bailey has asked, that commitment from you, Mayor, today, that if we're agreeing this plan on a page, these are the projects that you're personally committed to as well, and that we will then move forward together and make sure we deliver, because otherwise, why are we considering it?
Okay, Councillor Bowden. Oh, sorry, Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. So picking up on some of the things Councillor Herbert said, I actually, as far as the leader of South Cambridgeshire District Council, actually I do feel pretty hard done by as far as the combined authority is concerned, and because actually we've done really badly out of it, and I've got to justify our membership of the combined authority to my residents. And so, you know, some of these schemes, if I take the A10, dualling of the A10 is not, I don't support. Junction improvements, yes, but dualling, no. So, you know, we potentially have projects which we don't want in South Cambridgeshire, because actually all it does is increase car use. So I think it's absolutely imperative that our conversation happens urgently with each of us about what our top priorities are, and what those things are that can be, those problems that can be solved together that we can't solve by ourselves as district councils. I also think we need to have a very difficult conversation about the obsession of this combined authority on roads, particularly as, you know, a number of us are very, very committed to zero carbon targets. And if we keep on building roads and expanding and extending roads, all we do is increase car use. So, you know, you're going to have to take a really brave decision here, Mayor, about, you know, are you about cars, or are you all about sustainable transport? We know you're about buses, but, you know, are you about cycling, and are you about walking as well? And, you know, I'm seeing no cycling here. We've got a bit later about electric bikes, but I'm not seeing anything about cycling here, or, you know, networks of cycleways that actually allow people to get between communities as well as to work. So, you know, please, you know, let's have that conversation about what we as the constituent councils need out of the combined authority, and make sure that actually we're not driving through projects that conflict with what we want and what our own priorities are. And just a bit more fairness in how the largesse is spread out, as some of us have done very badly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. This has turned out to be a much more interesting debate than I was expecting, and I think a more valuable debate as well, because you've faced a number of challenges, both from Councillor Bailey and from Councillor Smith and others, which I believe are quite valid challenges for you to have received. And I think it's also quite unfair for you to be put on the spot and give a direct answer to those questions right now. I don't think anyone would actually expect you to do that, but we have to expect you to do it at some time. Because I'll go back to what I said before, the mayor in this authority, the way which it's been set up, has unique powers. And without you agreeing to something, it's not going to happen. You have powers of preemption, you have powers of veto. And whilst we are a board made up of constituent authorities, your say-so is crucial to anything. Now, when we're talking about priorities, it has to be said that the previous mayor was not shy about stating what his priorities were. And now that wasn't always agreed by every single member of the combined authority board, I have to say, but he wasn't shy about saying what his priorities were. And you have had 4 months now, and you should have at 4 months out of 4 years. And at some point, it really is important that you do say what your priority is going to be, so that we can understand the environment through which we need to work. Because Councillor Smith raises a really valid point. For example, on the expenditure on roads. Are we to spend more money on roads, or are we going to have a priority towards the economic growth where we need those roads? Are we going to prioritise local cycleways, and what are we going to do about freight transport? There are balances to be had, there are discussions to be had, and I don't think that Councillor Smith and I will actually agree on those subjects, but they are absolutely valid subjects to have debates about. But ultimately, regardless of what those of us who are board members, ordinary board members, think, your say-so will be crucial in terms of providing the lead and what you do with your powers of veto and powers of preemption. So I'll support what Councillor Bailey said. At some point, and please let us know when it's going to happen, you need to tell us what your priority is going to be in this administration. And I'd rather have it 5 months from the beginning of your term rather than 5 months from the end of your term.
Jan Thomas from
Yeah, thank you. So,
CCD.
so I do think this is really tricky. And by the way, I was very impressed you got it all on a page because that's really hard to do. So, you know, it was for me, as not really being in the detail like everybody else, this was really helpful. So thank you very much for whoever did that. Brilliant job. I think we've got a big challenge here, haven't we? Which is actually, if we have a whole population, we have massive inequalities, we have deteriorating health, and we have a lot of things that we need to improve. And I guess I'm sitting here thinking, well, you know, you're being asked for your priorities. Every council's saying, let me put forward my top 3 priorities. I've got priorities because we're trying to deal with healthcare. Isn't what we need across Cambridgeshire and Peterborough a single plan? Isn't this what we really need to do, and then work out what each of our roles is in delivering that? And I'm getting really concerned that I keep seeing many different plans, and there will be localism. I'm not saying the plans should all be the same. But what's our overall vision for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough? Shouldn't we all be in a room discussing that together as equals, saying this is how we want to do it, and then say, right, so, you know, Jan, what are you going to do to make sure healthcare services response to it? You know, and I guess that's why I feel it's a bit unfair, if I'm honest, to say what's the mayor's priorities. But I also feel it's unfair to the council to say, I want to tell you what my top 3 is, because surely this is about increasing the health and well-being of our population in its absolutely widest sense, dealing with the inequalities and really doing that levelling up. And so I'm sitting here thinking, we can debate this and we can talk about the page, but what's our plan? What's our big plan to bring this all together? And I think that's a challenge, not just for you, but that's for all of us. Question mark.
The non-elected member deserves a round of applause. Thank you.
A bit of common sense, I think.
And thank you, Jan. I'm Councillor Bailey, you've spoken already. Do you want me to come back on? Because I want to be able to move on, you know.
Well, I just wanted to pick up something that somebody had said in the debate. If
Okay.
it's possible. I was just rather surprised to hear Councillor Bridget Smith saying that she didn't support the A10 dualling, because South Cambridgeshire member supported the moving to the outline business case when it came to the Transport Committee in July. So I do think we need clarity on these things. It is an agreed project of this combined authority board. And so I wanted to grab the floor again, because I did want to get the answers to the questions that I put a long time ago at the beginning directly to you, Mayor, and just to hear you speak on whether you are fully committed to all of the projects on this plan on a page, so that we can just have clarity that we are moving forward on all of these. And then we look forward to, you know, hearing more about your vision and your own plans, which I think we are all crying out to understand what those are.
Okay. I'm just checking. Have you all got as you wanted a date, have all of you got the date of the 14th of October in your diaries with your chief executives, what you all requested to have when the new chief executive arrived in the organisation, when we would all sit down? Jan, yours was a perfect response, because I wish I could have said those words before you, because that's what I've been desperate to say. You all individually have every right to turn up here and, you know, talk about your priorities for your area. That's what I would expect you to do. But we are board members of a combined authority. I am moving away from the kind of behaviours of the previous mayor, because I wanted to go for consensus. I am talking and you ask about my vision, and I will not be sort of nailed down on individual priorities at the moment, because I want to discuss it with you all, because I want us all to work together in a combined authority. 3 C's. That's what I believe in. Compassion, cooperation, that's working together, and then we build for all of our communities. And I can't say it enough, where these projects are there, if they have a sense of compassion. I know there was criticism from the Overview and Scrutiny Committee because I dared to be challenged about how compassionate our policies are. Well, here's the thing, there's an all-party parliamentary group on trying to get compassion in politics. And you know what? I think it's a really good thing to do. So where priorities focus on compassion, they deliver and work with cooperation, and they deliver for community. And I thank you very much, because I'm going to say it. Priorities are public health, 31 recommendations from Baroness Brown in terms of the environment, and what else? Culture. Now, where we're going to work that out between ourselves as a combined authority board, we're going to bash it out. 14th of October, make sure it's in your diary. Thank you.
Councillor, you introduced a 4th C there, which I thought
I've got
was
so many C's. Chris,
I'm always listening out for your new C's, which are turning up. And the 4th C you just mentioned was consensus. And there is a danger, Mayor, that we will end up with the lowest common denominator here if we're purely looking at consensus. And much though I would like, no, it's true, it's a danger. And much though I would like everything to be agreed by consensus, being realistic, we are not going to have agreement. And when we don't have agreement, that's where in this setup that we've got, we will end up being led by you because of the unusual position that you've got within the local authority. So your leadership is actually relevant here, and the direction which you wish to go in is important. And that's why it will be important for us to understand what your specific priorities are. Thank you.
It's a fair point. I reiterate again, the priorities will be working with CCG, public health, working around all of you to get the environment is going to be a big priority. That's what Baroness Brown wanted on the 31 recommendation. That's what was agreed by the board. And it just re-echoes my thing. I'm sure in the course of time, there will be projects which will be seen as maybe not so favoured by the mayor, but at the moment, 14th of October. Jan, did you want to come back again?
Yeah, just one last point here is we've all got to, I think, look back at the data and really start with the facts that we're trying to deal with. Take that, it sounds banal, but best practice, and also relate it back to our risk logs. Because if I look at one agenda item to another agenda item, we've got to join that up. So when we're at the leaders meeting, I think maybe it would be helpful to start with the facts about our population, because then we can actually see the spread of inequality. We can see the impact we're having on health. We can understand what that's happening with life expectancy. And that would be my advice, because we talk a lot about priorities, and I think your consensus is dangerous, but also not using facts and going off opinions is also equally as dangerous. So maybe we could start with the facts and build from that instead.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with everything that Jan Thomas has said. Of course I do. You know, it's very high level. So, you know, can I just bring it back to some basic facts here, that actually the system that we work in, particularly as district authorities, is we are fundamentally required to deliver houses and jobs. You know, and I understand there's a whole other system around that we have to consider. But if we do not maintain rates of delivery on those items, you know, effectively the planning system is weighted against us and it becomes a free-for-all. So whilst I accept everything, you know, that Jan Thomas has just said, the A141 bypass becomes a very practical and significant priority for my council, because it affects people's jobs, their homes, their lives, their health, their well-being. Because if we cannot deliver things like that, and we cannot maintain the government mandated delivery numbers, let's not forget, it has a very detrimental impact. So yes, let's have lots of high-level discussions around such things and how we measure such things, but can we not forget that we are a delivery authority and we are here to deliver things? And that's why you will hear the likes of Councillor Bailey and I asking for very specific commitments, because the projects on this page were all set in train by this authority. And I don't think it's an unreasonable expectation for some of us as district leaders that absolutely need some of these things to sit and ask for some sort of clarity about whether the fact they appear on this page means that they remain priorities for you, Mayor. It very much says that on the sheet. It clearly says These are identified as priorities for the combined authority. But we do need your say-so, Mayor, as
Okay.
Councillor Bowden has
Well,
said, we do need your agreement.
I have given my response to the debate already. I have no further to add. As I've reiterated, the 14th of October is a bit of a red letter day where we're all sitting down together, working through priorities. And I'm looking forward to that as well, making sure that compassion comes at the heart of all the decisions that we go forward when we work together cooperatively and we deliver for our community. I'd like to move the recommendation from the chair. Oh, sorry, Austin, my apologies. And that should,
We'll check.
we'll check that. That shouldn't be the case. You'll absolutely be part of that. Austin. Okay. All right. So, yeah. So I am moving the recommendation from the chair, which was to approve the 2021 to 2022 business plan mid-year refresh. Those in favour? Oh, sorry.
I was just going to offer to second
Thank you. You
second
seconded.
it. And in so doing, note that we are approving the business plan, and obviously the mayor has the right of veto. So if he supports the business plan, I will take that as acceptance that he supports the projects on it.
We're going to take that vote in favour? Okay. Votes, was that unanimous? Yes, okay, fine. Unanimous by majority. Okay, 1.1 is the Local Assurance Framework Annual Review. John Alsop, Chief Finance Officer, and Robert Parkin, Monitoring Officer, will introduce the report. John, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Good morning, members. This paper brings an updated version of the assurance framework to the board for approval. The original draft version was approved by the board in March, having also been reviewed and recommended for approval by the Audit and Governance Committee and by the Business Board. The draft version was then reviewed by MHCLG, who required some changes to be made. Track changed version from the draft is included as an appendix along with the clean version. To summarise the main changes, obviously there's a number of formatting changes that have been made. There's an update to the adult educational budget section relating to digital skills qualifications, changes to wording relating to government and specifically DFT guidance in determining value for money, including clarification of unmonetizable benefits to be carried out in accordance with Green Book and DFT guidance. Section on monitoring and evaluation is updated with references to the first gateway review that the Combined Authority has recently gone through, and of national evaluation frameworks requirement to show the impact of funds on the delivery of local growth outcomes. Robert Parkin and I are happy to take any questions.
Yeah. That's fine. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much for the explanation which has just been given. I would have loved to have had that explanation given in the papers we have in front of us, because I made the mistake of trying to work through the tracked changes. And thank you very much indeed, by the way, Mayor, for tracked changes being provided to us. I think it's important for us to be able to compare an old document with a new document so we can see what the changes are.
Okay.
But we're never doing that. Please don't clutter the whole thing up with literally hundreds of formatting changes, which no one is ever going to be interested in. And there were so many other changes there, most of which were just changes in wording, that I had real difficulty finding out what significant changes government had caused us to make in this document. And had that summary we've just been given now been in the papers in front of us, I think that would have been much easier for members of this board to have been able to follow. Having said all of that, I don't have any problems with anything which is in here, other than one observation which I'd like to make, if only for the future, not necessarily for any change now. And that is in paragraph 3.2, the final bullet point to 3.2, and it's got lots of bullet points. The final two sentences make reference to portfolio lead roles. And it didn't seem to be very much which was in this document to do with portfolio lead roles. And I just wonder whether that may, in future versions of this, be expanded somewhat. I'm not asking for a change now, though.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it is fair to say there was a lot of track changes, but I think, you asked, we gave, yeah.
Hey, it is an old civil service trick that if politicians ask for something, give them so much that they can't possibly make any sense of it. And I'm sorry to say, that I felt quite unfairly, perhaps, I was being played in the yes minister game here. We were being given more than we needed.
I know, I felt that sometimes as well. Anybody else want to make any comments? Questions for John, maybe? Or okay. Thank you. I've heard no disagreement, just observations but no disagreement to the recommendation to approve the revised assurance framework. So we will take that as having been agreed unanimously, unless anybody wants it right. So moving the recommendations from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Lucy. Sorry, Singer, Councillor Singer. Okay. Have it unanimously? Yeah. Thank you. We need to take a break, please. Okay, 5 minutes comfort break, please. Can we turn the mics off? Okay.
We need a gavel.
Okay.
Order.
Order. Okay, Councillor Fitzgerald, are you free?
Speaker of the House.
Okay. Councillor Bode, we're setting down.
Councillor, please resume. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're about to crack on, as they say. No, oh, sorry. Do you want me to? I know you're leaving at 2 or something, isn't that? Okay, well, that has to be.
I'm just interested in lunch first.
Do we have lunch?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Are we having lunch? Is there a lunch provided?
There is, past 12.
12:30.
Lovely if you do that.
All right. Do we have a lunch provided?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Well, if that's at 12:30, we've got. Right. Part 2, finance. Part 2 of the agenda relating to finance. Item 2.1 is the Budget Monitor Update Report for July 2021. John Alsop, the Chief Finance Officer, will introduce this report.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This paper provides the board with an update of the financial position of the combined authority for the 4-month period to the end of July. First of all, apologies, but the revenue summary table under paragraph 3 has not been updated to show the in-month adjustments that are shown under Appendix 1. The table should have been linked to the more detailed table at Appendix 1, which shows the increased forecast income, taking July and board decisions into account, but also an additional £424,000 to support the development of local bus proposals in response to the National Bus Strategy, and also £290,000 of supplemental funding for growth hubs. And there is a recommendation from the business board that this additional funding be passed over to the combined authority's subsidiary growth company within an expanded agreement for the growth company then to deliver the outcomes on behalf of the combined authority. Overall, the main areas of variance of forecast outturn against the revenue budget are the same as reported in previous months. So it reflects the impact of COVID on apprenticeship levels in the health and care sector work academy, as a projected underspend against the carried forward CAM budget, reflecting the current pause on activity. And there are also COVID underspends against AEB budgets, including the Innovation Fund projects, which have been delayed due to lockdown. Summary of the in-year capital programme and capital grant income for the period to 31st of July is shown under paragraph 4. Does show the affordable housing grant programme. Currently, the report currently reflects the position at the end of July 2021, and it's based on projects which were pre-approved by March 31st, 2021. But we have since had confirmation of an additional £18.7 million funding, which is the subject of a separate board paper. The other two material variances on the capital programme. Again, there's the £3.5 million earmarked for the CAM delivery of the business case, which again is no longer expected to carry forward. And the A10 dualling is forecast spend of 1.4 million against an approved budget of 2 million. That is a slippage impact rather than economy, and that's due to a delay in the commitment of DFT funding for the project. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Questions? Councillor Bailey.
Just one very brief question. I just wanted to understand on page 322 why the mayor's allowance is shown as 95,600. Is that some of the on costs in there or something?
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Sorry. It's on page 322 on the table, Appendix 1 table. The mayoral allowance is shown as 95,600.
Yeah, so that will
Is that some of
include,
the on costs?
yes, so that'll be national insurance, employers' national insurance contributions. on these.
Certainly not mine. Right. Okay. Councillor Singer.
Thank you. My question is about the use of some of the money rather than questioning the arrival of it. And it's the bus money, the 424,000, which we've been given for the national bus strategy. I was just wondering what progress is being made in terms of spending that money and what conversations are going on with Stagecoach. I believe anecdotally, if this is covered somewhere else in the agenda.
Yes, it is.
Fine,
I'm sure we can find
Yeah,
somewhere.
that's
to
all right,
talk
don't
about.
worry. I'll put it somewhere else.
The lead for transport is here, and I can ask them to
Okay,
speak
I'm happy to pick it
bit
up on a
about- I mean,
different point
obviously
in the
we're talking
agenda if you
about
prefer.
the zebra.
The
phase.
zero buses, yeah, that is slightly different from that,
All
isn't
right.
it? It's not the same.
Can you do it now? Is Roland here? Roland, would you? No, it's Oliver maybe.
I just was wondering, I mean, anecdotally, I hear that the bus companies are finding that while the roads are getting very busy, the buses are not getting as busy and that they're under pressure. And I just wondered what kind of conversations we're having with them about that and about how this money is going to be used. I think it would be unfortunate if we were to wait too long before kind of in talking about
okay,
this
fine.
and then discover that we haven't got any buses.
Oliver, put on the spot a bit. Do you?
I've got to say, I can't really hear what the question was.
What's the timescale and what work has already been done in spending the £424,000 which has been allocated to us in response to the national bus strategy?
Fair enough. Let's see. There are 4 strands of work going on at the moment. One is, as Mayor's alluded to, the zero emission bus strategy, which we're coming on to in a little while. One is the launch of the new DRT service. One is the national bus strategy work per se, the bus service improvement plan, which is going to get a final set of data tomorrow, which will then inform the work which goes in to it's being completed next week, ready for its discussion with officers of interested parties, and then delivered to DFT by the end of October. The final tranche of work which is going on at the moment is to do with franchising, and the franchising business case has gone to audit at this moment in time.
Yeah, if you want to ask
Thank
a
you.
supplementary.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I think that one of the things I'm interested in is what is happening in terms of buses in relation to the impact of the pandemic. And I don't know whether any of those streams are on that kind of timescale. I suspect that the franchising isn't, and the low emissions work is clearly a separate issue. I don't know whether the bus service improvement plan is looking at the impact of the pandemic on bus services and the profitability of providers at all. And if it isn't, I think it is something that maybe the combined authority needs to be looking at, even if it's not in this space.
There is an additional sum of money being paid by the DFT to keep the bus services running at roughly 97% or thereabouts of the pre-COVID service. Most operators are running 100% service, but 1 or 2 are struggling slightly for drivers.
Can I follow up one more? Sorry,
no.
just really quickly, when is that funding running out?
It runs out at the end of March, and then the BC money takes over from the 1st of April.
So just to finish off, obviously this is more about the finance side of things. So I do want to move on. There is not a day, as I'm sure Oliver will attest, that I am not hassling him about buses. We are on the same page, I think. And Oliver has the scars to prove it. Thank you. Do we want to, Councillor Bailey?
Just given that you've raised buses, and I support what Lucy has said, And I do think it's a big problem. I don't know why the bus task group was scrapped, and I wasn't notified as leader of constituent authorities, and I'm not sure if other people are aware, but the bus task group has just been scrapped, and I don't really know why or where that decision was made. And I thought it's a very pragmatic, useful forum, so I would like it reinstated.
Okay, this is certainly something that I'm sure that we can bring to the leader strategy meeting and discuss it and get some clarification from Oliver at the back there. In what we're actually focusing on in terms of the actual report, it says Combined Authority Board is recommended to, sorry, no, I'm on the way. Item 2 points, budget. We'll move to a vote. I'm moving the recommendations from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Herbert, are we in agreement? Unanimous, noted. So we will, yes, unanimous. We'll move on. Going to what Councillor Bowden class, the good stuff, yeah? Okay, I agree. So item part 3 of the agenda is decisions which are coming direct to the Combined Authority Board. Item 3.1 is about the implementation of the revised affordable housing programme. Roger Thompson, Director of Housing and Development, will introduce this report.
Thank you, Mayor. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I've hit the right button this time. Pleased to say that we've now heard from the newly named Department of Levelling Up Housing and Communities with a response to our proposed programme for 2021-2022. Appendix 3 refers to the letter that we received from the Minister. The Minister and the Department have approved the top 18 schemes in Appendix 2 that was with your papers. That amounts to an additional £18.7 million worth of further funding over and above the money that we've already received from government for the previous affordable housing programme. The 18 schemes are now all approved by Housing Committee. 15 were pre-approved and 3 were approved back in June. What the department were not prepared to recommend to the Minister, and the Minister was not signing off on, was any of our further proposed pipeline for 21-22. With regard to the performance of the programme that we now have approved, we've obviously been able to now cascade that information to our various delivery partners. They've been delighted to get some certainty about their schemes, and I'm pleased to say that 111 units are already started on site, which is very welcome. As part of the discussions with our delivery partners, of the 18 schemes that we put to government back in April and May, we now find that 6 of the schemes won't be able to proceed in time for the March 2022 deadline. We did inquire if there might be any movement to that deadline, but it appeared pretty clear that there wouldn't be any movement. So that's slightly disappointing potentially. However, they are actually largely the smaller schemes in the programme. Potentially it's a loss of 178 schemes from a programme that was going to consist of 1,188. But the slight sort of good news attached to that is that we have agreed to have a substitution process with DLUHC. We had a scheme approved at Housing Committee in September, which was a prospective substitution scheme that's now going to be implemented, and that approval has now gone unconditional. And we have at least 1 and hopefully 2 or 3 further substitution schemes to try and replace the potential schemes that we may be losing. So that feels quite positive. Lots of grant agreements flying at the moment with my team, and lots of pressing buttons to try and get things going to start on site by the end of March. We did make inquiries from DULHC about prospects beyond the end of March 22. And we really got referred to a continuous market engagement process with Homes England, which we need to sort of activate. That's part of their 2021-2026 national programme. So quite what that means for us beyond the end of this year, I think still has some uncertainty. The one thing that was clear is that there appeared to be no new money from DLUHC, although of course at that time we had a different minister and we were having that discussion. We now have a new minister in place, and maybe with our new chief executive arriving as well, that might present an opportunity, I guess, to approach them maybe. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Roger. First person to indicate was Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I've got a bit to say on this, so I do hope that you'll allow me some time. I'm going to say some quite harsh things, and I just need to make it clear that I don't hold officers responsible. Officers work under the direct instructions of politicians. So this has been a complete and utter disaster, a fiasco. So the original devolution deal signed by my predecessor at South Cambs promised £100 million investment into affordable housing. And I was told at the time, and I voted against the devolution deal, but I was told at the time the reason South Cambs was voting for it was that there were the money for housing, and that money would be divvied out according to need, and need would be based on affordability. So in South Cambridgeshire and Cambridge City, which obviously got its own 70 million, but in South Cambridgeshire, the biggest barrier to having a decent home is the cost of purchase and the cost of rent. So the expectation, which was clearly articulated in Councillor Peter Topping, the previous leader of the council, in the work he did leading on housing, was that about 45% of that money would come into South Cambridgeshire to deal with the terrible affordability issues that we have. So what has happened now is that we are getting 73.704 million of that money. So that means we're not getting 26.296 million. It's lost to us. It was promised to us, it was part of the deal, and we're now not going to get it. So we're now being told that the intervention rate can be no more than £45,000. So that means that 26.296 million would have at an intervention rate of 45,000 would have provided 584 homes for families in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. So that's 584 families who could have had a home, who are not going to have a home because of the flipping mess that was made over this. And it is a scandal. And, you know, this Mayor, I would appeal on you, there needs to be a proper investigation into how this scandal occurred, because it is a disgrace, and it is very, very difficult for me to explain to my residents how over £26 million was lost that was meant to be providing housing for them. Looking forward, the 45,000 intervention rate, again, you know, kicks South Cambridgeshire in the teeth. You know, our affordability problems mean that that's just not going to cut the mustard. South Cambridgeshire has had 4% of this money. 4%, you know, when we are the ones with the residents, you know, particularly people working at Addenbrooks, you know, who cannot afford to live in our district and have to live miles and miles away and commute through, you know, which therefore damages the environment, damages their well-being, damages their health. You know, this is a scandal, and there needs to be a proper investigation of it. The government have obviously woken up to the fact that it's a scandal because they're not giving us any more money. So, you know, I think our residents need a proper explanation, as I say, and it was down to absolutely appalling political leadership that got us in this situation. Thank you.
Just to come back to that, are we going to talk about which political leadership? Is that my political leadership?
No, it predates you.
So it predates the current political leadership. Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that now is not the time for decisions to be made, but it's certainly a warning shot that we've received with this paper. And we have to consider what the future of our role in terms of housing is concerned in this combined authority. And it is quite possible that we will merely be looking at the residual management of previously agreed projects, rather than necessarily talking about the sort of expansion that we have been previously. And it's a discussion which we are going to have as an authority sooner or later. We do need to have more certainty, of course, but this should be a warning shot to us all that we will be facing a very different environment in the forthcoming 3 years compared to the environment we've had in the previous 4 years. I have to say that I do hope that those who worked so actively and who worked so surreptitiously behind the scenes to undermine the previous mayor and the previous housing strategy, I do hope that they're pleased with themselves and pleased with the result which they've achieved. And my only other final comment is to Councillor Smith, with all due respect, we all have to look after our own areas, I fully accept that. But with respect to Councillor Smith, your area is the least deprived area in the whole of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. And there are other areas in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough which have massive need in terms of deprivation. And it was quite appropriate for the local authority, for the local authorities in those areas to make their representations about those needs, and that those needs desperately needed to be met. And with respect with all due respect, yours is the least deprived area in the whole of Cambridgeshire. And there are some individuals in some of the areas which I represent who have been their lives have been transformed by what has been provided within the area of Finland. Thank you very much indeed, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Councillor David.
Yeah, I might have helped this debate by coming in straight after, but I'm happy to respond also to the comments that have been made. I lived and breathed this issue from 2015 through to now, and the 100 million was quite clearly allocated, and I do urge Councillor Bowden to read paragraph 20 of the original devolution deal, which said that the bulk of it was to deal with affordability of housing in Greater Cambridge. And that was what we agreed, Councillor Bowden. I'm happy to provide a full dot and comma of the meetings and exactly what affordable housing was about. In the previous mayor departing, and without any reference to MHCLG or getting any approval, and effectively lifting out for his own purposes £40 million without MHCLG approval, our whole affordable housing programme was savaged. We, despite assurances that were made, and you were part of it, Councillor Bowden, at the March committee before the elections, that, oh, we think we're going to have every chance of getting 45 million. We didn't get 26.3 million out of that 45 million, as has been said. So I'm happy to discuss the past, and maybe the civil servants are watching us now. They have taken a keen and proper interest in getting their money well spent. And I completely refute, Councillor Bowden, that any contributions that I've made as an opposition councillor have had any intention to damage this programme. I've worked so hard and I've resisted the stupidities that have been done to this, like the loan of some of this money to build luxury flats at Forehill, Ely by Larag Homes with absolutely no real interest. And I, like Councillor Smith, do feel that the 45,000 limit effectively was a kick in the teeth to people in Huntingdonshire and South Cambridgeshire, because it prevented us being able to intervene in those areas. But I take the positive view, and I would as portfolio holder, and I pay tribute to Peterborough, to the Northminster scheme, which has been a major part of the evidence we were able to give to MHCLG, so that not only the recycled loans, which never got MHCLG approval, are now going into the many schemes that our officers are working on, but we wouldn't be where we were at if people like Peterborough and a few others, including some of the excellent schemes in Finland, which meet this pretty savage £45,000 intervention cap, we wouldn't have the number of schemes going forward that we are. I mean, cards on table, it's also hugely damaged because we were misled for over 2 years, and our officers, the combined authority officers, have played a blinder. But for 2 years, the leadership, the mayor, messed us about And we were totally denied, although I'm sure some members that are sitting here got information in March about exactly the real reasons why this money was withheld. And those reasons.
Councillor Herbert, sorry, can we begin to move on a little bit? We have had these arguments before, and I'm moving towards cooperation, please.
I'm afraid I had to respond there.
Okay.
I didn't intend to say anything in that zone in my main contribution. All I will say is that number one, I will assist all of the schemes that are in programme and see if we can do some substitutions on the 3rd of November at the Housing Committee. I will continue to meet along with Roger Thompson with civil servants to get as much out of this money spent. I will also work with the officers to talk to Homes England, and because I know some of the rules that they're working to, I'm hoping that we will be able to establish some further funding. I agree with one thing that Councillor Bowden said, and that we do need to review what the housing role is going forward. I don't see it as being nil, but I do see it as being a partnership and a working together. And one of those things, which I do think is important, Mayor, is that we work on putting together 4 to 6 schemes to present to as significant schemes that might have 50 to 150 affordable homes each. And we put together a proposal, and that we meet Homes England, including because MHCLG said that they would give us support in our meetings with Homes England. And I remain just as committed to securing affordable housing funding now as I was in 2015. And the City Council got on with its job. And if the combined authority had not been messed around, we would have had 2,000 homes. They would have been all across the county, Mayor, and we would have spent £100 million minus 5 or 10p.
Thank you, Councillor Herbert, and I would like to put it on record my gratitude for the hard work that you've done in supporting myself as the new mayor, coming in, working with Roger Thompson about trying to rescue the situation. I was obviously delighted when I received the letter from Luke Hall. It did feel like it was a bit of a challenge coming in, where there was a black hole in terms of finances, and to get something is certainly better than nothing. Now, I'll apologise, I didn't get it all, but I did try, and things are changing. And I hope when I sit down with Minister Gove tomorrow, I will do the same that I did before, and will stand up for every single part of the combined authority, because I know, like Councillor Herbert, the issue of affordable housing, indeed social housing, and the need across the whole of the area is something that we all share. Lucy, Councillor Singer.
I'll be very brief. There was a suggestion made by Bridget that there should be a review of what happened. And I have to say that I think, given the extreme political tensions that there are over this issue on the board, that having an independent review and then potentially some independent advice about how we move forward with our housing policy might be extremely useful. So if I have a seconder, I would like to make a proposal that we set up, or that we ask for an independent review of our housing delivery in the past, and of how we can do that better in the future.
Just for the sake of formalities, I actually support the suggestion. I'm just not. Can I just do this? This is for noting, you know, and I'd rather sort of just move on.
If you want to just pick that up and support it separately, that's fine. We don't have to take it now.
I'd rather think something that we will pick up, and I will work particularly with the new chief executive, because I think
I'm happy with that.
They themselves would also be interested in that. Thank you. So, Councillor Fuller and then Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Smith has said a lot about what's gone on before, so I won't go over that ground. I think she knows that she and I probably agree on more than that than some would care to like. But yeah, for the purposes of fairness, I suppose, you know, I do want to talk a little bit about where we are now and where we're going next, because I challenge and question you, Mayor, I believe, in exactly the same way as I did the previous mayor. You know, I like to think I'm nothing if not consistent in that. And yet there is an element of double standards here today, where I think, and we keep talking about the previous mayor, so, you know, humour me for a moment, if I may, because I don't think we should keep going back actually and talking about that. Let's get on and move forward. But had the previous mayor been sitting in that chair today, presenting to us the quietly slipped in fact into this report that there is to be no second phase housing programme for this combined authority, there would be uproar, and there would be members of this board calling for him to be hung, drawn, quarters. You know, the fact that that's not happening today, the fact that nobody's really commenting on it, Mayor, you know, I find that astounding. And I hear what you say, but when you take the credit effectively in the newspapers around releasing that extra bit of money from MHCLG, when we know it was the work of a Conservative council leader behind the scenes, working with a local Conservative MP and the minister, and when you give a quote to the local government chronicle along the lines of, "I am a man that government will do business with," and then we get told, actually MHCLG are saying there's no more money for your combined authority for another phase housing programme, that doesn't stack up, Mayor. I think we just need to dial down the rhetoric and let's try and move on from what's gone on in the past. You know, we can talk about reviews and all sorts of things, but we need to stop having this quite heated debate in this forum. We need to start talking about the what next, because yes, I agree with Councillor Smith, money, you know, clearly is not there that we were all promised in the devolution deal. That is a scandal, I agree, that's, you know, it's an appropriate word. The biggest scandal is that there's nothing coming next. And therefore, you know, I know what others have said, but there is no ability for this combined authority to have any role in housing if, frankly, there is no funding. As I said to you when we met last week, Mayor, my council has been very successful with Homes England in the past, securing £10 million, I think, in 1 year. Why would we do that through the combined authority, with respect? You know, we have the expertise, we have the track record, we have the experience of doing it. So instead of trying to set up another bureaucratic structure to access Homes England funding that every other council, every other housing association in the country will be doing in the same way, we need to start having really serious and frank conversations around the future of the housing programme for the combined authority, because it was such a key part of why we came together. And I keep talking about it as an experiment. It was an experiment for us, for all of us in this room. You know, I think it's fair to say Councillor Herbert and Cambridge City probably really only came on board in the end because of the housing money that was promised to them. And that's great, and they got that and they delivered that. But it was also a big draw for some of our constituent councils, £100 million. And the expectation, albeit not codified, but the expectation that there will be an ongoing role in housing for the combined authority. If that doesn't exist because we've failed to convince ministers that we deserve a second phase housing programme, then there's bigger questions and discussions I think we need to have. But I don't think we should try and hide this and bury this, but actually that's the big news story of the day, isn't it, Mayor? That MHCLG have said, that's it. You know, you're not getting 100 million in its entirety, but actually you're not getting any more than that either. And therefore your housing role is almost done. I'd also like to ask, because again, and this is where I'm being entirely consistent, when I ask for lots of information about the housing programme under the previous administration to be shared with us, I know we've got a letter from Luke Hall in the public papers confirming, yes, you can have some more money. As I say, the rest of the references, the fact there's nothing beyond that is quietly buried. I would like to see, please, the MHCLG correspondence that tells us that and that gives us the reasons why. And I'd like that to be shared with all board members, please, if not publicly, because that's what we've all asked for in the past.
I share a lot of what you say, Councillor Fuller. It's, you know, I certainly took on kind of coming into the role with some expectation that, you know, housing was going to be the provision of affordable housing, my personal desire to see increased levels of social housing. It does feel a little bit like the potential for the rug being pulled from under your feet. But I am, to some extent, I feel, you know, I'm not looking backwards, I want to look forward, but there is a legacy of concern around what had gone before. And I'm challenging that because I believe I'm offering up an open hand of wanting to kind of work together. Hence the reason I will be speaking to Minister Gove tomorrow. if you don't have any money, then it does become quite problematic to have that role. And we can make that an even bigger announcement if people want to draw attention to it. There is no desire to bury anything here. This is a public meeting and the facts are there for everybody to see. At the moment, there is a struggle with the kind of previous funding arrangements provided by that department. They're not currently sustained. I hope they will be, and I'm going to do my damnedest and try very hard. I acknowledge obviously what Councillor Herbert said before in terms of there is some funds coming back and we have absolutely razor sharp focus on doing the best with that as we can. But I'd like more, and I'd like to work, you know, if civil servants are listening in from central government, I openly say it, you know, to the camera. Look, I really am keen to make sure that the combined authority of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough moves on from the troubles that they saw. We're a very different organisation. We have a very different focus. And I really am looking forward to working with them going forward. I mean, this was just for noting, so I'm happy to move on unless anybody else wants to. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. And I hope, given what other people have said, that I'll be afforded the same opportunity to make some of the comments as an alternative view, because I think some really outrageous statements have been made. The scandal, as Councillor Smith describes it, is because the programme was hijacked for political purposes. That is it, pure and simple. The £40 million revolving loan fund, which is still doing its job and could have continued doing its job, was an absolutely correct principle and demonstrably did not make a difference to the deliverability of the 2,000 homes. You've just got to look at the figures and the year-long hole that was blown in the programme by the shenanigans and the political manoeuvring and the discussions with MHCLG to understand that the programme, the 60 million, was going to deliver the 2,000 units, regardless of the 40 million. The only thing that made a difference was the year-long programme, the hole that was blown in the programme by the political hijacking of the programme and the discussions with MHCLG. When it came down to it, MHCLG only actually put forward two concerns about the affordable housing programme. One, were we delivering within the timescales? Demonstrably, you can see at 2.13, even given all of the holes that were blown in the programme by the political hijacking, that the programme could have still been on target to deliver. We received a paper at the Housing Committee just a few days ago that showed that if MHCLG had agreed the funding for the schemes that have been put forward, actually, we would have had 2,460 units on the ground by March 2022. So that would have been 4,600 units, 460 units more than what's required by the programme. Even today, with what has been agreed at 2.13, you can see that we'll have 1,812 units on the ground by March 2022. And I note with some wry irony at 2.13 that the words original is used, the anticipated additional affordable housing unit numbers being delivered for the original period of March 17 to March 22, which of course is the period that we were all working to. So that was the first thing. It was about deliverability. So demonstrably, we were always going to deliver, and we still are, even given all of the problems. Late in the day, MHCLG decided to add a second concern to their issues, which was around value for money. And Cambridge City Council has spent £145,000 per unit. 140, apologies, Councillor Herbert, £140,000 per unit. It's quite easy when you're subsidising to that level from the taxpayer's purse to deliver some affordable housing. The rest of the affordable housing programme, you can see there at 2.13, the subsidy per unit will be 38,300. At the time, MHCLG was citing concerns over affordability. We were, I think, delivering at something like £36,000 per unit. The cap that has been put on, ironically, is £45,000 per unit. So quite clearly, we have satisfied the value for money element. So the two concerns, the only two concerns that MHCLG ever put forward are nonsense. We're delivering on time. We can still deliver on time, even or close to it, even given the hole that was blown in the programme, and we've delivered value for money. So, you know, it was nothing more than political manoeuvring for political purposes. And it's a huge shame because look at the damage that it has done to the reputation of this authority. look at the damage that it's done to your ability to negotiate with government and Councillor Herbert's ability to negotiate with government. And I said at the Housing Committee 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, whenever it was, that there is no way this authority is going to get a second housing programme. And hey presto, what do we see in the papers today? It's not happening. Government, it's not just us. Government's new direction is to put forward, is to send everybody through Homes England. And that's what I said at the Housing Committee. And as for Councillor Smith's concerns about South Cambs being hard done by, all local authority areas had the same opportunity to ensure that schemes were put forward. It's no good South Cambs bleating now that they didn't put enough schemes forward. I don't remember South Cambs schemes coming forward that were refused. Pretty much all the schemes that came forward, I don't remember refusing any schemes that came forward. They were all agreed. So if South Cambs didn't get enough schemes in the pipeline, that is not everybody else's fault around the table. You know, and you can't have it both ways, because in the last 4 years, Councillor Smith regularly berated the previous mayor for slow delivery. The fact that she didn't get South Cambs schemes through the programme is the failure of her authority and didn't help to contribute to the deliverable numbers. So you can't have it both ways. Just trying to look forward a little bit. I want to reassure the board about the progress on the shared ownership homes in Ely at the MOD site, for which the combined authority put forward a loan from the £40 million revolving fund. That is now progressing. Agreements have been made. The legals are finally coming to fruition. So that loan funding will be returned. And I note with, again, some irony that the Mayor had a visit to our very successful Haddenham Community Land Trust site the other day. That is a site that also came forward and was delivered through the Combined Authority £40 million revolving fund. That is the sort of quality of scheme that we have given up by losing that £40 million revolving fund. And that £40 million revolving fund could still be here today if the whole programme hadn't been politically hijacked for political purposes. So really, I mean, looking forward, I don't think the Combined Authority has anything to add in terms of accessing Homes England funding. That is, you know, the day-to-day bread and butter business of the housing authorities. So, you know, the Combined Authority housing remit should be about providing additionality beyond that the constituent authorities and the market can already deliver. It should be about freeing up deliverability through infrastructure improvements, and that's why the key projects that we talked about earlier are all critical. It should be about facilitating and speeding up delivery, and those were not demonstrated in the 8 affordable housing principles that we all put so much effort into talking about. So if those were what presented to MHCLG, I'm not surprised they didn't bite, because that's not what they're interested in. They're not interested in authority trying to impose 8 affordable housing principles on the constituent authorities, which know their own housing needs, and we have our market housing needs assessment coming, and that dictates the needs. What government is interested in is what can combined authority add, innovation, like £40 million revolving fund, although I recognise that government ultimately didn't agree with it, but that is for different reasons. And speeding up delivery and unlocking blocked sites. That's what the government would have been interested in, but unfortunately that's not what was presented to government. Councillor told us that he would be writing to government in any case about the 8 affordable housing, whether we agreed them or not, and they were not agreed at the Housing Committee, so whether he did that, I don't know. I understand that the Combined Authority currently hasn't got any resources.
I've given you a long time, and I appreciate you reading.
I'm wrapping up, and I have 2 more things to say.
Okay.
I understand that Combined Authority no longer has any resource to support community land trusts, and I just want to be clear that we are still providing support from East Cambs, and we are still happy to absolutely provide help and support and guidance and, you know, our expertise on that to the Combined Authority, because I want them to be championed all over the geography. But my last point is that given that the Combined Authority now clearly has lost its housing remit after March 2022, obviously after March 2022 there will be a role for continuing to monitor delivery of the up to March 22 schemes and budgeting around that. But as the paper cites at paragraph 3.11, you know, there is clearly a question, because the Combined Authority doesn't have a housing remit, it doesn't have any money, as you yourself has said you can't deliver things without money. So I'd like the Mayor to confirm what plans he has in relation to the £595,000 overhead cost that this authority has for the housing team, for which it no longer has any remit. Thank you, Mayor.
I think I have. Do you want to come in, Councillor? Sorry, I know Councillor Fitzgerald's been waiting here for quite a while. Do you want to come in? Yeah.
No, I'm happy to give way to Lewis if he wants to come back on something.
I do think,
Just specifically on that point, I mean, I take the comments that people have made. No money, no big plan. So we do need to look at what our role is. So additionality has to be very specific, but there is a large proportion of this money which will not be passed over to the different schemes. There will still be over 1,000 homes in construction into 22, 23. So there will be a need for a team, but it will not be of the nature of the current team. And in saying that, I just pay tribute to the stickability of the people who've worked for us, because they went through 2 years of total uncertainty, however we interpret those 2 years. And I also pay tribute to the partners, the delivery partners, for their stickability, because as Roger said, despite all of this turbulence, a lot of people have been sticking with us, and Councillor Fitzgerald's council and others came up with good schemes, and we were really happy to be able to secure that money.
Councillor Fitzgerald, it would seem the right time for you to come in.
Okay, so I can also say I wasn't here either. I wasn't as close to it. I mean, you know, I was a deputy to the former leader, of course. And anyway, look, I'm not going to look backwards and, you know, navel gaze and pass judgment on previous mayors or previous schemes. I think that's the wrong way to do it, because we'll just sit here with a very, very bitter feeling. So what I'm actually going to say is let's be positive about the future. And I also think we have an opportunity with our chief executive, who's due to start to, the word reset was used. And I think what we have to build, whether rightly or wrongly, whatever view of the ministers were, to build confidence and trust in all of us as a collective combined authority. And Lewis will know, because I did add some pressure before the announcement from Luke Hall came through to you, Nick, about the Peterborough scheme and that wider funding. So hopefully that did have some impact. And I don't want to give up on that missing money either, if you want to call it that. I don't think we should do that. I think we should press ministers and make a case, a convincing case, that we can deliver, whether it's in South Cambs. But Bridget, you have to put up or shut up. You know, you have to put the schemes forward in order to get them approved. And, you know, I wasn't here, but what I'm hearing is, you know, if you felt badly done by, the same as anybody else, put the things on the table and get them measured. And you know, we all want to deliver affordable housing across the county. And each county was, as Councillor Bowden says, has its different requirements, different needs, different levels of deprivation. But I am going to, and I've always said, and the Mayor knows this, I will be batting for my patch of the county, but I have that wider responsibility in terms of looking to other areas. So look, you know, things have changed, the politics have changed, the government's thinking has changed about affordable housing. But if they had doubts about whether or not their confidence in us to deliver, well, you know, we're going forwards with a new CEO. Nick's here, you know, whether we agree politically or ideologically, we have to get on and work together to deliver for the county. This is not something new to most of you. I've said this before. You know, it doesn't really matter. So I want to get on and deliver. We won't agree all the time. I get that, but I don't think now is the time to look back. I think now is the time to look forward, and whether or not the delivery comes directly through the combined authority in terms of that funding, or it comes through another agency, we can play our part collectively in pitching for that funding, whichever part of the county it is, and whether that's directly through an agency, as I say, or directly through ministers. I think ministers have got to have confidence, and I'm sure the new minister, Michael Gove, will be listening. I think we did make reference to seeing him. So take that message that we are open for business in Cambridgeshire, and we want funding from the department for all sorts of reasons, not just housing. You know, we want funding for growth and regeneration, and you know, whatever floats your boat in whichever part of the county you're in that you think is important to you, because that's what I should be doing in my patch for sure. And I'll be using that opportunity at the Conservative Party conference at the weekend. And through, I'm sure Nick did it yesterday when he was at the Labour Party conference. So we are all trying to do our best for the county. And with that, Nick, I'll shut up and I'll just try to remain positive.
Councillor Fitzgerald, never a true word spoken. I think I'm going to finish on that level of positivity. And we were asked to note the report. I assume we've now all noted it. We've all made our comments, and we have done so. We've hit 12:30. I believe there is a lunch break now, so I'm going to draw the meeting temporarily for a break, and fortify yourselves for the next bit. Thank you. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock for everybody. No, apparently we've got.
There's some to be
Okay. Okay. Apparently, well,
We're scared.
That's what I like here.
no, I've signed that. I have signed that.
That's be a bad
Yes, around skills, yes. Construction work.
Just before we restart, just to say, there's going to be a slight change in the order in order to accommodate the necessity of having Councillor Fitzgerald here from Peterborough City Council in regard to the votes arrangements for transport type issues. So I'm going to propose that we jump straight away to 3.4, and then after that we'll go to section 4, and in that area we will take 4.3, then 4.1, 4.2, and 4.4. So just to reiterate, we're now restarting and we're going to go to page 391, and we'll be discussing the March area transport study. This is 3.4. So item 3.4 is the March area transport study.
Hi.
Oh, sorry, you're doing it. Okay. Are you okay? Do you want to come a bit further forward, or are you going to shout from the back?
Yeah, I can move forward. Or
Oh, you got a microphone?
Yeah.
Okay. The floor is yours.
good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, members. I'm here to present about the March Area Transport Study and the Future High Street Fund. The recommendation includes taking note of the March Area Transport Study progress, and in addition, approval of the use of 180,000 from the existing approved budget agreed previously by the Combined Authority Board in August 2020 to be used to commence and accelerate detailed design for Broad Street. The current stage of the March Area Transport Study is due to finish next month. This work includes outline business case and prelim design for a package of 5 schemes for March. The project has been accelerated and is due to go to board at the end of November to recommend this next stage, which is detailed design of full business case. The current stage of work, due to efficiencies in delivery by Cambridgeshire County Council, has savings of approximately 250,000. In parallel, Fenland District Council has been successful in obtaining substantial funding under the Future High Street Fund scheme. The funding is to renew and reshape the town centre and high street in a way that drives growth, improves experience and accessibility, and ensures future sustainability. It should be noted that part of the condition for this Future High Street Fund is that the funding is spent and the project is built by March 2024. Part of the Future High Street Fund proposal for Broad Street has been aligned with the highway prelim design proposals from the March Area Transport Study. This is so that there's consistency in design delivery and the outcomes of the schemes. Therefore, a failure to progress the proposed March Area Transport Study scheme in Broad Street will likely result in a further failure to bring about desired changes to the town centre and facilitate its regeneration. A draft programme for the Broad Street detailed design and construction for both projects has been developed. The programme highlights that if work was to start on detailed design of the March Area Transport Study after approval of board in November, the March 2024 deadline for the Future High Street Fund would not be met. Therefore, to support the progression of the Future High Street Fund, it is recommended that savings from the March Area Transport Study project are used to start the detailed design of Broad Street scheme in advance. A spend profile has been calculated and 180,000 is needed to start work before approval of the next stage of work. Therefore, in summary, the recommendation is to take note of the March Area Transport Study progress, and in addition, approval for the use of 180,000 from the existing approved budget agreed previously in August 2020 to be used to commence and accelerate the detailed design for Broad Street. Thank you, Mayor and members.
Okay, thank you. It seems very fitting that we should be here celebrating some good news for the wonderful market town of March, and I'm looking forward to some hopefully very positive discussions about it. Thank you for the report. Over to you, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm aware of the shortness of time that we've got. The report speaks for itself. It's fairly clear. What we are mainly talking about here is a timing issue of bringing forward one particular project, that is the design work on Broad Street, the detailed design work, so that we can make sure that we meet that March 2024 deadline. All I'd like to say is to note and to thank the board for the fact that it is this board's generosity which has meant that this whole project has been able to move forward the way it has. We wouldn't have a Future High Street Fund were it not for the contribution which has been made by the Combined Authority Board, and I think that residents and councillors in March are very well aware of that. This is basically just a timing issue. I'd encourage everyone to vote for it without any necessity of a great amount of debate.
Excellent. Anybody else want to make any comments? In that case, oh, sorry, Councillor.
I totally support the paper. I just wanted to check on the voting arrangements. I know it's boring and picky, but it says to include the member, that the vote must include the members appointed by Cambridgeshire County Council or Peterborough City Council or their substitute members. Is it and, I think, is the word? Yeah. Thank you.
I think we're happy to move to the to that, sorry. I'm ready to move to the vote. So I'm moving the recommendation from the chair, and I'm assuming I've got a seconder in Councillor Bowden. So recommendation A is for noting only, but the recommendation B requires a vote in favour by at least 2/3 of all members or their substitute members appointed by the constituent council present and voting. It has to include the members appointed by Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council and or their substitute members. The monitoring officer will confirm the outcome of the vote. Votes in favour, please raise your hands. That is unanimous. You happy with that?
Confirmed unanimous.
Okay, confirmed unanimous. Okay, that was a nice one to get over at the start of the afternoon. So as I said, we're now going to move on to part 4, which is Transport and Infrastructure Committee recommendations. To make these recommendations and to help with the presentation, I would suggest we talk about the Transforming Cities Fund, which is 4.3. And in introducing that, I believe, sorry. Okay, Roland. So item, well, what we're calling is the item currently. Item 4.3 is the Transforming Cities Fund, which will be introduced by Roland Potter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members. This is for the board to note. It's paper that went to Transport and Infrastructure Committee on the 8th of September. And it's a positioning paper as much as anything, whilst there is a governance review of budgets ongoing. There is an anticipated efficiency, or there are anticipated efficiencies within the Transforming Cities Fund under that review, and those numbers will be forthcoming in a future board paper. The principle of this was that it was an opportunity to say if there are efficiencies identified, that those efficiencies be used for 3 specific types of activity, and those being active travel schemes for improved cycling and walking, purchase of alternative fuel vehicles and supporting infrastructure to support the recommendations by the Climate Change Commission for all bus fleet to be alternative fuel buses by 2030, and highway infrastructure improvements to support improved passenger transport journey times and journey time reliability, locations being identified within our current bus services improvement plan and work. There is a link to the paper within the Transport Committee, but it's effectively bringing to inform and for this board to note that is the proposal. And I commend the report to the committee.
Thank you. So this, well, it went down this stall, very positive at the Transport Committee. Are there any comments or questions for you, the board? And there is nothing there. So we've been asked to note the report, and it would appear we have now done so. So that, as I say, was the Transforming Cities Fund. And as I say, the relevance of that is important, as we will now go to 4.1. And 4.1, this is the part of the agenda which is where we are looking at zero emission bus regional areas phase 2. And on this, we have Oliver, who's made a good journey here to introduce his report. Lovely to see you, Oliver.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. This report is a simple recommendation. It is to do with the zero emission buses, which we have put in a bid for to the DfT. At this moment in time, we do not know the outcome of that bid. So this paper is preparing us by giving us the funding should we require it. The Combined Authority Board is recommended to approve allocation of £1.963 million for delivery of zebra buses, which are zero emission buses, subject to funds being available following a review of the existing Transforming Cities Fund commitments, which we have just discussed, and to recommend that the board delegates authority to the head of transport in consultation with the mayor, and that's authority to deliver these buses, and that's subject to the DfT application being approved.
Thank you. As you can probably appreciate, I'm very excited about this, and it feels tantalisingly close to making some real significant change. Does anybody want to make a sort of comment on the report? Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. I've made a comment before about the fact that as far as these buses are concerned, it's not the buses which are really the key part of all of this, it's the infrastructure supporting them and the charging infrastructure. I'm not going to reiterate everything I've said before, there's no point and no need at this point. However, in my capacity as the lead member on public health, I'd like to make a point which is often ignored by people when they're talking about emissions from vehicles. It's not true to say that we're talking about zero emission buses here. Far from it. From a public health point of view, the majority of emissions will not be reduced. In fact, if anything, they'll be increased so far as these buses are concerned, where they affect particulates, because the particulate issue is one which primarily relates to the emissions from fuel and, from brakes and from road wear, and particularly from tyre wear. And the facts about this are often not realised. It's important from a public health point of view that we do take cognizance of this. Harmful particulate matters from tyres and brakes is really a growing problem, and it's one which is actually being exacerbated by the increasing popularity of large heavy vehicles such as SUVs, and electric vehicles being heavier than ordinary vehicles. They actually make the problem worse rather than better. And again, I'm looking at a very specific element of emissions here, and ones which have a particular impact on public health. Now, vehicle tyre wear pollution is completely unregulated in this country. In fact, I'm not even sure in which countries vehicle tyre pollution is regulated. And that's certainly very much unlike exhaust emissions, which have been rapidly reduced by car makers thanks to the pressures which have been placed on them by European emission standards. And new cars now emit very little comparatively in the way of particulate matter, but there must be a growing concern about what are known as NEEs. And NEEs are non-exhaust emissions. And it's an acronym I'm going to be using quite a bit over the course of the next 3.5 years, if you don't mind, Mayor, because of their impact on public health. Now, non-exhaust emissions are particles which are released into the air from brake wear, from tyre wear, from road surface wear, and for that matter, from the resuspension of road dust, which exists during on-road vehicle usage. Now, these all might sound like very esoteric and uninteresting and unimportant facts, but from a pure public health point of view, they're now more important than the exhaust you get from the pollution you get from exhausts for non-diesel vehicles. And I think that's something which really does need to keep in mind. And what's worse is there is absolutely no legislation in place to limit or reduce NEEs, but they do cause a great deal of concern for air quality from a public health point of view. Now, NEEs are currently believed to constitute the majority of primary particulate matter from road transport, 60% of PM2.5s and 73% of PM10s. And the UK government's Air Quality Expert Group, get the acronym right, the AQEG, produced a report in 2019 about non-exhaust emissions from road traffic, and they recommended that NEEs should be immediately recognised as a source of ambient concentrations of airborne particulate matter, even for vehicles with zero exhaust emissions of particles, such as electric vehicles. Now, I'm not going to make say any more about this because I'm not trying to change what is being suggested here. What I am pointing out is this is not the solution from a public health point of view to everything to do with the impacts that vehicles have upon public health. It doesn't even primarily address the public health issue. And it's fine for what it does, and it achieves what's said on the tin, but maybe the tin doesn't have enough writing on it. And there's no simple solution to this. And what's particularly problematic is, as we wish to encourage a greater amount of economic activity within our area, part of that is potentially an increase in the amount of road traffic which exists, of however it may be powered. Now, we have to balance things. And it's important that we have all the facts before us when we do make those balances. And just at the moment, I feel that people don't pay enough attention to these non-exhaust emissions. And from a public health point of view, I felt I wasn't doing my job as a lead member if I didn't raise this issue now, so that it can be in the forefront of our minds for the future. Thank you, Mayor.
And thank you, Councillor Bowden. Every day is a learning day as far as I'm concerned, and I thank you for making sure that your role as lead member of public health is some drawing attention to a problem that is, as you say, becoming increasingly acknowledged as a cause of concern. But I also appreciate, and I thank you for that, it's genuine. I think it's important that, as I said at the start, public health is a very, very important part. I'm sure Jan would have said the same thing in terms of Councillor Singer.
Thank you very much. So I accept some of what Councillor Bowden has said, in that I know very well that not all of the damaging pollution from vehicles comes from exhausts. But I think it would be very unfortunate if we were to ignore the very great benefit in terms of air quality that can be brought by electric vehicles in cities, just because it isn't a perfect solution. It is not a perfect solution. I absolutely accept that it's not a perfect solution. It would be really exciting if we were talking about trams in Cambridge with metal wheels, which do reduce emissions even more. That would be fantastic. Let's try and move on to that conversation at some point. But as somebody who spends a significant amount of time cycling around Cambridge, in areas where there are park and ride buses, and a large number of SUVs, it makes a really significant difference to the air quality for a cyclist following one of those vehicles if it is an electric vehicle versus a diesel vehicle. An absolutely enormous difference. It's really noticeable. And just because that isn't a perfect solution doesn't mean we shouldn't be doing what we can now in terms of trying to improve the air quality in our cities and towns. So I think while your point about zero emissions vehicles not actually being zero emissions is accurate, they nevertheless, electric vehicles nevertheless have a very major part to play in terms of improving the air quality in our city. And I wouldn't want us to lose sight of that in any way. The best way that we can encourage people to travel around is by using active transport, because from a public health point of view, not only is it better for the environment around them, it's also better for their own health. It is so much more pleasant to use active transport in a city environment where there are electric vehicles rather than diesel vehicles. And it is definitely something that we should not underestimate the benefits to public health from. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. So I drove here in my electric vehicle today because there is no public transport. It was definitely too far to walk or cycle. Not from Gamlingay. I'm sorry, not from Gamlingay. So, okay, so I'd like to just speak in support of the two previous speakers. Councillor Bowden has highlighted that this is a public health issue, but it's obviously also an environmental issue. We have the challenge from the chair of the Climate Commission for this authority to show leadership. I wonder whether we should be doing that by writing to, whichever minister it is at the moment. I've kind of lost track of ministers, to say that we need legislation on this. We need research into alternatives to tyres and whatever brake pads are made out of. And also we need some data on the sort of comparative data on the impact of cars versus buses, because it could be that if we get 40 cars off the road by providing a bus, actually there's a significant improvement in these sorts of particulate emissions, or it might be that there's not, but we're kind of guessing, aren't we, at the moment? So should we be showing leadership and asking for this? And perhaps it's something for you, Mayor, to discuss with the other mayors nationally, who I know you meet with regularly, to see if there's a combined mayoral voice on this.
Well, I was going to respond to that, and then you go on, Councillor Bowden.
Very briefly, I'm happy to accept all the points which have been made by both of the previous speakers. It has to be said that if you really want to reduce emissions, and particularly particulate emissions, the way to do it is to plan for the future for 20, 30, 40 years' time, so that people have a shorter distance to travel between where they live and where they work. And that can be done, but if you are going to do that, then there may be some implications for some areas close to those growth areas that we've got, particularly around Cambridge City, involving substantially denser housing, and particularly substantially higher housing. And these are big issues to have. But yes, I understand fully. But these are issues which impact upon the combined authority as well. And we have to accept that changing vehicles isn't really the key here, although I fully accept what we're doing and I fully support it. It's changing the need for the habits of using vehicles, which is really the important thing.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Thank you also for the suggestion, Councillor Smith. I think, you know, if Councillor Bowden and myself, in conjunction with our Transport Committee, could compose, you know, I'd like you to do it as the lead member for Public Health, and we do a joint letter to the Minister and, about that, you know, asking, and you're absolutely right. I have had the benefit of playing mayoral bingo down at the Labour Party conference. I've ticked them all off. I still haven't met Andy Street, and I've still to meet Ben Houghton, but I'm pretty much there. And there is you know, every so often we do have a sort of idea, shared ownership of that problem. It would be nice, but if you don't mind me taking your idea, I will use that with Councillor. Okay, well, that's very kind.
I'll give you an introduction this weekend if you care to accompany.
Well, I'm sure that the mayor would.
Well, I do like a trip. It's Manchester, isn't it? Manchester, very nice city, Manchester. Okay, can we move to the vote then? I'm moving these recommendations from the chair. Do I have a seconder? I'm going to play each other. I'll take Councillor Bowden's seconding there. So, as I say, to be approved, the recommendation requires a vote in favour by at least 2/3 of all members, or their substitute members appointed by the constituent councils, to include the members appointed by Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council, or their substitute members. Votes in favour. Sorry, votes in favour, not flavour. Votes in favour. Yeah. Please raise your hand. That looks like it was unanimous. We're having to confirm that vote. Okay. So we're now going to move to 4.2, which is Cambridge South Station. Oh, hi, Roland. Sorry, I'm just going to introduce you. Yeah, where is it? Item 4.2 is the Cambridge South Station. Roland, you're going to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members. Cambridge South Station, this paper first came to the Transport and Infrastructure Committee in July 2021, and it relates to an identified efficiency of £250,000 that Network Rail had asked if they could retain, as opposed to it coming back to the Combined Authority for recirculating into other projects. The committee supported that proposal and recommended it up to the board. There's a couple of things that I should bring to the board's attention at this point. First of all, my apologies for the tardiness of this report. 1.1 is an error, and it appears to have been I'll be truthful, a cut and paste from another paper which related to some stations. So Cambridge South Station is not planned to be opening in December 2021. So for the record, I'm sure that disappoints some, but I need to bring it to your attention. So my apologies for the tardiness of that. The other thing is that I mentioned earlier, there's been a governance review, and there is a governance review ongoing, and that relates also to the budget. And it's been identified within that review that the original commitment in terms of funding agreement commitment with the Department of Transport was for a figure. And then in mid-2020, there was an announcement by the Chancellor that all funding going forward for Cambridge South Station was committed to by government. And an assumption was made at that point that we could reduce the amount of funding that we had within the budget. That was an error, and it needs to be addressed because we do have a commitment to the full amount of 1.75 million, of which I think 750,000 may have been reduced. So that has been identified in the period of this paper going to Transport and Infrastructure Committee and then subsequently coming to this board, and will be addressed through the budgeting review that John Alsop and his team are undergoing at the moment. So there is money within the Transforming Cities Fund budget, we believe, that can cover this, and that will be forthcoming in a future board report. So the principle is, do we return the saving to Network Rail as they've requested and the Transport and Infrastructure Committee have proposed, if and when the approval of the addressing of the funding error is made in the future board report. I commend it to the board.
Thank you, Roland, for that explanation. I've just, to clarify, it means a slight addition to the recommendation.
Yeah, so in discussions with Roland and John also, the recommendation, and it's in line with the other discussions on the Transforming Cities Fund. The recommendation should read, approve the retention by Network Rail of the underspend on the previous planning phase in order to support future work, subject to funds being available following a review of the existing Transforming Cities Fund commitments.
Everybody clear? Okay, just to go same again. So with this recommendation, it requires a vote in favour by at least 2/3 of all members or their substitute members appointed by constituent councils, and has to include members appointed by Cambridge County Council or Peterborough City Council or their substitute members. I would like to move to the vote. Votes in favour. Please raise your hands. That looks unanimous. Are we happy with that? Yep, fine, it's confirmed. Thank you for that. We will now hop over what was 4.3 because we discussed it, and now move to the e-scooter and e-bike update, which is to be introduced by Mehmet. Thank you, Mehmet. Over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members. Again, this paper was presented at the Transport and Infrastructure Committee earlier in the month. There were 3 recommendations that were presented to that committee. Recommendation A was to note the results of the e-scooter trial, which has been running for 12 months so far. Recommendation B was to recommend to the CA board the extension of the e-scooter trial from October 2021 to March 2022 to continue our learning and feed that back to the Department for Transport. And recommendation C, as part of the work that we were doing with the e-scooter trials, we also introduced the e-bikes to the offer, and the recommendation was to look at expanding this e-bike network region-wide, and we'll be looking to work with officers in our constituent authorities, cycle groups, to agree exact locations and installation of the electric bike sites. I won't necessarily paraphrase everything from the report, but obviously there's lots of metrics in the reports in terms of the evidence that we have collected over the 12 months. You know, there's in paragraph 3.2, you know, it shows that you know, there's 224,000 trips that have travelled a distance of over 1 million kilometres within our region alone, which is pretty substantial when looking and you compare that to other areas. So it's you know, it's been quite popular. It has. You know, there have been some challenges. And I think the organisation that we've been working with, Voi Technology, have done quite a good job in trying to address some of those challenges. But obviously, there's more that can be done. There's work around clutter that needs to be solved. And that's one of the bigger issues that comes through the email chatter and social Twitter and all the rest of it. And there's those that we need to try and solve. There's also pavement riding, which again is something that is not just within our region, is across all the trials as well, and the illegal use of private e-scooters as well, which again is a UK-wide issue at the moment. So I guess, you know, in summary, in terms of the 3 recommendations, obviously, you know, we see this as our sort of next step in terms of trying to be bold, you know, try and have some ambition in terms of trying to grow our e-bike network specifically, maintain the e-scooter network till March 2022, report back to the Department for Transport, and then we'll see where the actual decisions are in terms of when ministers want to take the e-scooters. But yes, some interesting work has gone in. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members.
So again, speaking as the chair of the Transport Committee, my general gist is report back to you, as Mehmet said, lots of positivity about this, some circumspection, particularly more about the scooters rather than the bikes. But generally, I felt it's a sort of a positive vibe going on here. Thank Councillor Bowden, then Councillor Herbert.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, from the public health point of view, it's only to be encouraged, at least as far as the e-bikes are concerned. I would, personally, I would actually be tempted to do some travelling myself by bike if there were e-bikes involved. But I'm hesitant to say that because I've got Councillor Netzinger sitting not very far away from me, who's saying how avid a cyclist she is. And I feel almost lazy to say that it's only if there's an e-bike that I would think that maybe I could. Initially, it's rather different. It's rather different in more rural areas rather than in the city. But even so, I feel a little bit guilty saying I might consider an e-bike when I wouldn't now, at my age, consider a bicycle. But nevertheless, I fully support recommendation B about the e-bikes. About the e-scooters, yes, the potential problems have already been highlighted, and they continue to be highlighted, not merely in our trial, but across the country. That's not to say that we should just stop it, very far from it. If we were to stop everything because there's a potential risk, we wouldn't do anything at all ever. We still would have people with red flags walking in front of cars. So yes, there will be risks involved in this. I think it's important that we are realistic about those risks. We're realistic about what we can manage to control so far as those risks are concerned. Many pedestrians do have significant concerns about e-scooters from personal experience, and there have been some extremely serious incidents which have occurred around the country with e-scooters. That's not to say we're against them, but I think the continuation of the trial is the right thing to do. So I'm happy to accept both recommendations A and B, but B in particular for their health reasons.
Again, thank you, Councillor Bowden. Councillor Herbert.
Boy is doing a decent job, but the issue which also Councillor Bowden mentioned, and I won't belabor it, but it is a serious issue. The number of accidents, the intimidation, the non-use of sensible routes by people using electric vehicles in Cambridge. I don't know about other places, but it's getting to a level that it's unacceptable. And when you've got supposed companies like Deliveroo operating fleets of people, there's all manner of electrics. I mean, some of the electrics are a moped level speed, and they are going on pavements. They're going in areas where older people need those pavement spaces. They're going into next to schools. It's just an issue which I hope, Mayor, that you could raise with the other mayors as well, because I'm sure it besets all of the cities as well as us. But it's totally unregulated and it is dangerous, and we just need to have some measures. Now, we will look at measures in our city, but I do think if we were to do something at the combined authority level, or just tell the government, a bit like Uber and a number of other areas, this is completely unregulated, and the Voi scooters can do it by some weird quirk of fate because they're supposed to be legal, and yet we've got 5 times as many scooters, and it's in the way that people use them. Electric bikes are generally sedately used, I have to say, and I'm sure you'd look fine on a bicycle made for one. But they are sedately used in comparison to some scooters and some of these electric mopeds that are driven like they should be at their destination before they leave where they started from. So I do, I support the public health line, and I'm sorry I took a bit longer, but it really is at the point of being not an epidemic issue, but a really serious safety issue in Cambridge.
You can say that if you want.
I have said it. They're a nuisance. Yeah, they're akin to a racetrack, Lewis, to be honest, in many cases. So government does need to do something about it. I'm not against it from an environmental point of view, and I get all that, but just the unregulation of it is causing chaos. We've got the bikes in Peterborough. I'd like to expand that. I didn't say so earlier, but I know you're all aware of that because the conversation comes through offices. But the amount of and damage to public realm, I have to say, in many cases in Peterborough, historic, public realm. Somebody needs to get a grip of scooters, and I was pilloried on the media for saying so some time ago. But my view hasn't changed, that in the wrong hands or in the hands of people who don't care about public safety, they are a menace.
Okay, Councillor Singer.
I'll be very brief. I think that I agree with Councillor, the two previous speakers, that regulation is an issue. We clearly do need to get a grip on regulation, but I also think that we need to recognise that they are here to stay. And we've got to work out how to use our particular road networks and create spaces where they are safe to be used. When having spent a certain amount of time travelling around various European cities, when I first arrived in them, I found it very disconcerting having electric scooters all over the place. You do get used to them, and I'm sure people will become more responsible users of them. But there's no question that we need to get better at regulating them and better at managing how they're stored.
Yes, as you say, genie's out the bottle on this one. I will take that as another action point about this sort of combined approach to government. And again, as you were rightly saying, there's similar sort of issues. Undoubtedly, if I can get that in conjunction with other mayors, I'm not aware that they've done a sort of formal representation of that before, but I'm happy to lead that and see if we can get some purchase on that. It gives me lots to do, or Mehmet to do. Okay, I can't hear any disagreement to the proposed appointment, so I'll take it as that we are agreeing unanimously with a certain degree of circumspection. Okay, so we'll take that as unanimous. Thank you, everyone. So now we've finished section 4, but we will return to what was called the implementation combined authority decisions. So that's 3.2, and this is where I bring our CEO to the table. Oh, no, it's Robert, sorry, Robert. So 3.2 is a consultancy cost review report.
Thank you, Mayor, members. So this is to update members on some actions that have been taken by the procurement team around the process of appointment of, in particular, external consultants, and it's to advise members of an additional step which arises within the gateway process, which is under the management of the procurement manager. And it is simply that we've introduced a step whereby anybody procuring or seeking to procure consultants needs to carry out a need assessment, which looks at a make or buy analysis. So the report sets that out, sets out the form, and the intention of the report is to advise members that that's taken place and that that's underway.
Thank you for introducing that, Robert. Does anybody want to make a comment about this report? Thank you. Austin.
Yeah, just briefly. So welcome the intent of this. I mean, we're all constantly concerned about money being wasted with consultants. I was very disappointed in this, though. I was rather expecting that what we'd see here was some analysis on what had been spent, an understanding of how that was properly controlled under a delegation of authority, and some recommendations how we might change it. To put forward a template approval process that requires the approval of the mayor. It's absolute nonsense. It completely flies in the face of the democratic processes, the governance structures and the delegated authorities that we have to manage this organisation. I mean, seriously, Nick, do you see yourself having an inbox full of requests to approve at this operational level in this organisation? We have a chief executive, we have very professional, well-trusted people within the organisation at officer level, and providing we've got the appropriate delegations of authority, why do we need a draconian measure like this to control a cost? It's bonkers.
I can come back. When I walked in, my sense as the mayor, of the leader of the combined authority, was that consultancy spending had spiraled out of control. The first point you make, I would also welcome that. And I'm sorry, we can maybe move on and trying to get more information about what's been spent before. I would love a root and branch approach about this. I think this is probably a starting point. I have felt reassured by having it. And I have to say, I did question in my mind, am I going to get lots of pieces of paper coming in?
but it felt, I think the phrase was in one of our meetings with St Ives, get a grip, Mayor, get a grip. This was me trying to get a grip. Now, I accept that maybe this is not really for the Mayor to do, but it is at the start when you're a new Mayor, you come in and you see what had happened before. And I don't blame, there's a system had got out of control, possibly because it was almost circumstances of an organisation that had built itself up and was just defaulting to the use of consultants straight away. And I think in the course of time, I would actually like to see a more robust element of staffing and making sure that every appointment that we need as a member of the combined authority also has good rigour. And it was just to say, so it was a new organisation. There's no immediate blame here. It was just a need to understand what was going on. So I'm happy to take the feedback. This is a starting point. And I think it's just to acknowledge that we are using it at the moment, but I'm happy for this to be developed in a much more robust way with the CEO going forward. Sorry, that seems to have spurred everybody's attention. Councillor Bailey.
Well, it has. I wasn't intending to speak on this, but now I feel the need to. You talk about seeing what had happened before, but of course, Austin's point is that none of us are seeing what had happened before because there is no data. So you're just going on a gut instinct that something was perhaps wrong and you needed to fix something, but we have no evidence for that at all before us today, no information. I think it's well known that the previous mayor felt that it was right to run on lean staffing structure. There were a lot more staff that came into the combined authority, but it took on a massively more remit than its original purpose, and a lot of staff came with that. But it's no secret that the previous mayor wanted to run a lean, efficient machine and buy in expertise as and when required. And that was the approach. I think what we need to agree here is what is the approach in the future, and that does need to be informed by what's happened in the past, and without any data you can't do that, as Austin has said. And this is far more about our approach to staffing, and we just need to agree what the approach is, set down a protocol and then stick to it. And I totally agree that it's wildly inappropriate for individual requests to be going across your desk or any other member's desk. It's just wrong.
Fine, I mean, other people want to come in. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So picking up on an earlier item where we said we've got to stop looking back and we've got to start looking forward. So, but just picking up on the issue of money potentially being wasted, and we're kind of anecdotally assuming this. Now, we all use consultants. We all run lean organisations, and we can't have staff in our organisations who can do everything, and that's what consultants are there for. They're to fill those gaps for discrete bits of work. What I am more interested in is the amount of work that consultants were recruited to do that then essentially got thrown in the bin because priorities changed and projects change and things change. So that's what worries me. I've got no issue with the combined authority using consultants to move stuff forward, to provide expertise. What I was getting progressively more concerned about was, reports we saw which then just kind of disappeared. Now, whether it is worth, going back through all that, or whether we just need to acknowledge that there's systemic cultural problems in the past that absolutely mustn't be recreated, I kind of leave to your discretion, really.
Okay, sorry, thanks for Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. As Councillor Smith said, there is a place for consultants, even in the leanest organisations, and maybe especially in the leanest organisations, because we have to decide what is it appropriate for us to employ staff to do, and what is it more cost-effective and more ultimately more beneficial for us to leave for consultants to do. So I'm not an anti-consultant by any means. Nevertheless, I think we all recognise that especially in those organisations which are not so lean, the use of consultants as opposed to finding an alternative is very often a sign of a significant amount of money being wasted. And I think we've all seen that in some other organisations. And with all due respect, I think there's an enormous amount of that which goes on in the health service. I'm sorry to make it.
No, and you have a fair number of consultants there as well.
Yep, I'm sorry to make it personal. And you understand the context within which I'm saying that. But generally, the larger the organisation, the greater the amount of waste which exists within it, from my experience. So there is a place for that form of consultant to exist within the combined authority. What I did find astonishing was setting up a bureaucratic system involving sign-off through 5 different individuals for each appointment which is made, and especially your signature, Mayor. This is an operational matter. There's a policy matter involved, and the policy matter is we should be challenging the use of consultants, and that's a completely appropriate thing to do within the organisation. But the idea that then you have also to take part in the operational effectiveness of that policy is just improper. It's wrong. It's not necessary, especially since there's no evidence that there is actually a major problem here within the combined authority. You set the policy. We as a board set the policy, but you have the power to direct that policy and to veto or to preempt it. So you're the one who gives the leadership on this, and you have given leadership on this issue. Absolutely fine. Don't then try and carry out the dirty work, the dog's work involved in this.
Yeah.
Let officers do the work that they're employed to do. You concentrate on the big picture.
Oh, sorry. No, fine. I'll
take full credit.
Right? No, you get a grip. I'm getting a grip. Fine. Right.
Yes, it was me. But I meant it in the spirit of intended. So, this is an example of trying to get grips with this. But I agree with what's been said around the room. And again, I'm not interested in what happened before. Wasn't it? Don't care. We can rake over that. We spent 2 hours talking about it. Got better things to do. The fact is, you've got the protocols and the processes in place about how you use consultants, and where appropriate, where a business case comes to this board for approval through the business board itself, the determination about who will deliver that, whether that's in-house staff or consultants, should be determined by the team delivery. You don't really need to get involved. You just need to have confidence in the team underneath you. They are applying proper scrutiny and proper financial shall we say, conditions that go with it. We can set a policy and a protocol as a board and let the officers determine whether that fits within that policy and that protocol. If it goes outside of it, come to you or come to the board, whichever it is for a decision. Otherwise, it's better use of these times.
Yeah, well, lots of very valid points, and I think I made most of my own point of view early on in the phrase of trying to demonstrate to you all, and indeed the public communities out there who are listening, that I do think consultancy spend has to be taken and analysed properly, making sure that we get value for money. Just for the record, I am not anti-consultant. This is not something that I'm trying to say. I recognise the limitations that you might have in trying to run a lean organisation. I am likewise aspirationally looking for value for money in the organisation that is the combined authority. This is for noting, and as I said, with noting there's no vote. It's just there's some excellent feedback there. It will be certainly one of the things I will draw to attention of the new CEO coming in, asking for their advice and their support as to how to take it forward. It's just, as I say, arguably a temporary point of working until we get to something better. Okay, it was for noting. I'm going to move on. 3.3. It is the intra-group agreement between the combined authority and the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Business Growth Company Limited, Growth Co. Alan Downton, the interim senior responsible officer for Growth Works, will introduce the report. And Alan, you're joining us remotely, and I'm grateful for you waiting as you have.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, members. The combined authority is the majority shareholder of the Cambridgeshire Peterborough Business Growth Company, Growth Co. This intra-group agreement is to ensure all funding obligations, requirements and restrictions flow down to Growth Co and vice versa. It has been developed with full support of the combined authority legal and finance teams. It was also discussed and agreed at Growth Co board meeting on the 8th of September. I would just like to draw your attention to Schedule 1, Part 1 of the agreement, which details Growth Co's obligations, and Part 2 details those of the combined authority. Schedule 2, Part 1 sets out the services the combined authority will supply and those fees. And Schedule 4 details the CPCA's media and communications protocol. Thank you very much.
been waiting a long time to give us a nice short and succinct report. Does anybody want to make any comments on this? Oh, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. I found this paper fascinating, particularly the further into the appendices I went, more interesting I found it. And I particularly found interesting and noteworthy the proposals for what are called intercompany staffing costs or staffing cost recharges. And I found that very, very interesting indeed. And it did lead me to a question which is slightly outside this agenda item, but nonetheless is dependent upon this agenda item. And that is whether we have a strategy so far as corporation tax is concerned within GrowthCo. And are we attempting to ensure that costs are recharged to GrowthCo to ensure that no corporation tax at any time, no corporation tax liability will actually exist within GrowthCo, which would just end up being effectively a net waste as far as the combined authority is concerned?
Alan, that's quite a specific question. Maybe you can help there, please.
I believe. Oh, sorry.
Do you want to come in, John?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Corporation tax is due on profits made, and there is not a mechanism for GrowthCo to make a profit.
I fully appreciate that it's not intended, but you probably know as well as I do how corporation tax actually works and how it works in practice and between different years and offsetting between different years. And I just wanted to, one of the effects of what we have in front of us here is to reduce the potential for profit within GrowthCo by having a very comprehensive scheme of recharging from the combined authority to GrowthCo, which I fully support. I think it's entirely sensible. But I was just seeking a context for that within an overall corporation tax regime, and what you're thinking of in terms of corporation tax. Now, I don't believe that you're going to be able to get into a position where you will have no profit every single year for corporation tax purposes. I think that will be quite difficult to do. If you're saying that that is the objective, then great. I look forward to seeing that and also seeing how the company actually works in practice in those circumstances. But you understand, I think, the context.
Is this something, John, you want to take away and come back, or do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the bit to take away, which is a very, very good point, Councillor, is we don't actually have a strategy for all of our subsidiaries not making profit and becoming liable. So probably John Alsop and I and Roger, who is also involved in a subsidiary, we should do that. But in the case of this particular company, the way money goes in is it's actually invested for shares, it's not income. So having no income and having only costs, actually, it just actually winds down over time. So this particular company can't make profit, but we don't have a broader strategy. And we probably will take that away and do something about that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Extremely valuable. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for drawing us to that attention. It's a lot of piece of work. Austin Adams, please.
Yeah, perhaps you'd approve here and now the use of tax consultants not to get to the bottom.
Only with the signature of the Mayor.
Okay, well, I'm going to work on it. We're going to look at it. Thank you, everyone. So, Alan, thank you for presenting the report. I don't think there's any more questions or comments. So we'll move to the vote. We've been asked to approve the draft intergroup agreement included as Appendix 1 to the report. Unless anyone objects now, we will take this as having been approved unanimously. There is no one objecting, so we have unanimous support, and obviously that was great. Thank you. So we're moving on now to Part 5, Housing and Communities Committee recommendations to the Combined Authority. This is 5.1. 5.1 has the honour of being about the 100k homes policy closure. Roger Thompson, the Director of Housing and Development, would you be as kind to introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor. This paper originally went to Housing Committee earlier this month. Just a very brief summary. In June 2021, the government made changes to the National Planning Policy Framework and introduced the First Homes Policy. This change in policy places a mandatory requirement for a local planning authority to secure 25% of their affordable housing stock as first homes. The first homes policy is almost identical to the 100k homes policy in that it is a discounted market sale, in that it creates a discounted market sale house in perpetuity. As the first homes policy is now a mandatory requirement for local authorities, it's recommended that the combined authority ceases promoting the 100k homes policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Is there any comment, Councillor Herbert, you'd like to make in your capacity as the leader member for Housing and Chair of the Housing and Communities Committee?
Only to say it was considered at Housing Committee. We're not in a position to make a significant impact, although I'm aware that East Cambridge is going to continue to follow up some opportunities. The Housing Committee basically by a clear majority supported the recommendation. It is important that we communicate because I think over 2,000 people expressed an interest in the hope that there would be an opportunity. My understanding is 8 units or 9 units have been completed. So yeah, we move on.
We move on. Okay. Open the report and recommendations for discussion. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Roger. And I'll just make briefly some of the points that I made at the Housing Committee, which I was substituting on. Obviously, personally, I'm extremely disappointed that we've reached this position. You know, Roger's comments that this is being ceased as a result of first homes coming in, of course, we all know is not reality. That's a fortunate happenstance. It's come about as a result of the fact that this combined authority presented its innovative policy to government, and government took up the principles, and first homes has been born. And nearly all of the principles well, in fact, all of the principles of 100k homes are built into first homes, with some slight amendments in the tenure mix. And the fact that first homes will be required to be delivered, 25% of all affordable homes on sites in the future will have to be coming forward as first homes. So that's a happy occurrence, but it is not the reason that we are here today ceasing and closing 100k homes as a policy. That is because the Mayor articulated in his election campaign that he didn't support it, and the Mayor requires it to be ended. So that's what's going on here, and I think we need to be clear about that. I do think that the 100k homes policy in the past has been utterly misrepresented in the media. It hasn't cost £1 million per home to deliver 100k homes policy. In fact, the 8 in Fordham have been delivered at nil cost to the taxpayer. The reason that there are only a few units coming forward is because it was a very newly adopted policy and it was only just getting going. So that is the reason why not many units have yet been delivered. You know, so it's going to take time for the new government's new first homes policy to come forward. So at East Cambridgeshire, we have adopted our own allocations policy for 100k homes, and we will continue to do everything we can to deliver them until the first homes policy, you know, is getting going. Although first homes is now policy, but it doesn't apply to any sites that had already got planning permission or were in advanced stages of pre-application consultation. So it is going to be quite a while before we see any first homes on the ground in reality. I think it's well known that East Cambridgeshire had the first 8 100k homes in Fordham. And as I say, they were delivered at nil cost to the taxpayer. We had 450 odd applications for those 8 houses in Fordham. Not all of those people were eligible, but it shows you that there is a need. This is only one part of a balanced portfolio, portfolio of 10 years of affordable housing, but it is a very important part. And yesterday in East Cambridgeshire, we opened applications for the old tannery on Four Hill in Ely. Again, it's only 4 properties, but it will make the most massive difference to 4 people who want to be able to, with connections to Ely, who are doing the right thing and working and unable to get on the property ladder and buy a home. And for them, you know, it will be life-changing. I would ask, as I did at the Housing Committee, Roger, if the CPCA can please help ensure that anybody that showed interest in the scheme from Ely in particular with Ely connections, because there are 4 homes, so in reality we won't be going wider than that, to make sure that those people who had shown interest are told about that scheme. The scheme's now live on the East Cambs website. And I won't be supporting this. I will be voting against it because I do believe that this has a place, and I think it's a matter of huge regret that other locations in Cambridge and Peterborough are not going to benefit in the way that we hope East Cambridgeshire residents still will. And as a parting question, I'd like just to hear from the Mayor about whether he supports affordable home ownership as part of a balanced mixed tenure offering or not. And if he does, what is his proposal to replace 100k homes?
I'm not going to give a response on the who just like that. I appreciate, there's a desire to sort of nail me down to something at the moment. I'm working with the housing team, some very innovative ideas out there. There was 8 kind of sort of direction of travel that the housing team is working on. I would refer you back to those. So
but if those are the 8 affordable housing principles, they didn't include affordable home ownership. So just a general response on whether you support affordable home ownership or not would be helpful.
I'm not going to make any further comments at the moment.
Okay, well, I'll take, given that it's been negative to date, then I'll take that as a negative.
But you can take it as how you will. I've been made no comment. I'm just deciding not to comment about it at the moment. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. You've got every right not to comment on something, but may I record my disappointment that you choose not to comment on something which is of importance to some of the constituent authorities within the combined authority area. We in Fenland certainly support more affordable home ownership schemes, and we would very much like the support of the Mayor on that. And ultimately, please, you do have to give some idea about what it is you are agreeing with or what you're not agreeing with as Mayor. You can't always sit on the fence.
As I said before, I always like to be well briefed before I give any sort of off-the-cuff remarks. So thank you. I'm not going to say anything more today.
We're going to move to the vote. Councillor Herbert, do you want to propose this? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Smith. So votes in favour, please raise your hands. Those against? Okay.
Mayor, may we stop having these sotto voce comments from Councillor Herbert, particularly I have to say when Councillor Bailey is talking.
Sorry, can we just,
very
sorry, Roberts, just can we move on a bit? Any comments, please, to become through me?
Oh, the comment was directly to you, for you to control the meeting there.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bowden. I'd appreciate if we can just move away from any additional comments that are unnecessary for the debate. The vote was recorded, was it not? By the outcome. It's a majority, so we will move on. 6.1. Deep breath. So item 6.1 is the Adult Education Budget Reserve Fund and Innovation Fund for 2021 to 2022. Parminder, thank you for your patience. But Parminder Singh, Gotcha, the Senior Responsible Officer for Adult Education, will now introduce this report. Thank you, Parminder.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon to members of the board and Mayor. So this report seeks approval from the board with regards to the devolved adult education budget following recommendation from the Skills Committee on 13th of September 2021. The report seeks the necessary delegations to enable the Director of Business and Skills to enter into grant agreements for part of the Reserve Fund and also for the Innovation Fund for 2021-22, and to approve the strategic approach and allocation of funding from our reserve to the themes that are set out in Table A, and finally to note the proposed themes of the Innovation Fund. I'd like to briefly take members through the report. And essentially, there are 2 strands to this. So firstly, approval for the proposed themes and associated allocations for utilising some of the reserve. To note that the reserve has been accumulated from recycled funds from the first 2 years of devolved funding. Members will also note that prior to devolution, unspent funds would have been recovered into the national AEB pot rather than being available for reuse in the region for investment into our local skills priorities. So table A in the paper sets out the proposed themes for use of the reserve fund, and it would be helpful to take members very briefly through those themes. So firstly, carrying forward £500,000 into the next financial year for commissioning of independent training providers. This is because our existing contracts with training providers expire in July 2022. And so we will be launching a retendering process in January 2022. And we're looking to add £500,000 from the reserve into the commission to create a larger pot. Members will note that a report is tabled for November Skills Committee and also CA Board, where we will provide the detail and we'll be seeking approval for the recommissioning of training providers for 2022-23, including the £500,000 of funding identified in this paper. The second and third themes are about utilising a small amount of funding to facilitate greater collaboration, cooperation and capacity building amongst our local colleges and providers to improve the availability of training for adults, including the development of new courses such as green skills and also addressing gaps. The fourth theme is to make provision for potential over-delivery on first level 3 courses. And we're working with providers to build their capacity in this area and provide the necessary incentives to fund over-delivery. The strategy over time is to rebalance the totality of courses that are delivered at level 3. Members will note that only 2% of our enrolments in the past have been on level 3 courses. And so we're looking to grow this to at least 10%. And we know that our citizens will be more employable, increase their earnings and resilience in the labour market if they are qualified to level 3 and above. The fifth theme is a small amount of funding for marketing and promotion and targeting of the level 3 offered to residents and businesses. And the final theme is to retain a modest reserve for any unforeseen programme expenditure. And members will also note that 1.5 million is a forecast position as the final reconciliation for 2020-21 academic year takes place in November, but we expect it to be around this ballpark. So finally, moving on to the second strand of the report, and that is for members to note the Innovation Fund for 21-22 academic year. At the Skills Committee of the 29th of April 2020, approval was given to create a recurrent Innovation Fund from the main devolved AEB grant every year. And members will note the themes for the Innovation Fund for 21-22, which are to focus on innovative engagement of atypical learners and also enhancing employer responsiveness. So to summarize, this is an example of the benefits of devolved adult education in improving the efficiency and effectiveness of funding we receive in improving the local skills system. Thank you.
I want to give you a round of applause, Linda. Thank you for presenting it in such a calm and deliberate way. I think it's a lovely report, short, sweet, but as I've learned over the last 4 months, this area within the combined authorities is really one of the, what I see as a real engine of opportunity for us all across the whole of the area. And I know it almost doesn't do yourself justice, but thank you. I want to put that on record to yourself and also John T. Hill in terms of what you're looking at in terms of ambition. God knows it, our country needs it at the moment, and I'm very, very pleased to have you on board doing this. I could invite Councillor Stinger. Would you like to make any further comment in your capacity as the lead member for skills and chair of the skills committee?
I don't think so. I think you're right. Permitters introduced this very well, and it did have unanimous support at the skills committee. I think this is a really important area for the combined authority, and I'm happy to just support it.
Thank you. Councillor Bowden.
I completely support the paper that we have in front of us, and none of us can doubt the skills shortages which exist, not merely within the country as a whole, but also within Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. Nor can we doubt the potential skills shortages that we have in the future when we consider what challenges, what opportunities that we have, and the skills which are going to be available to meet those. And within our combined authority area, it is very important to recognise that there is a massive, massive disparity in skills levels between different parts of our local, of our combined authority area. And that's not to say that every part of the area has to have the same levels of skills, but it does, it's such a disparity that it is unhealthy. And clearly we do need to address that. And addressing that means targeting in those areas where there are the particular skills gaps and particular lack of skills, which have in many cases grown up over generations. This is the short-term thing, and we're not the first people to try and address this. This has been going on for years and years and years, attempting to address these disparities and these inadequacies in certain areas, and it's not easy. And that's why I particularly welcome that more innovative suggestions and ideas are going to be made in order to engage with those individuals who will benefit from the types of reskilling that we're talking about, because that is one area that we've failed, not just we in this local authority, but previously central government have failed to do effectively, to manage to engage with enough individuals who would actually benefit from the sort of programs that we're talking about here. And it's particularly difficult at a time when we are reaching a rather different balance in the labour market between people seeking jobs and jobs being available. And it becomes even more difficult in those circumstances where there are lots of jobs about to be filled in order to manage to reach out to people. And I wish the scheme, obviously, the very best. And I don't think there can be any limitation put on the innovation which should be encouraged here, because we've seen all the efforts which have been made in the past and how successful they've been. And I'm not in any way denigrating what success there has been, but it's certainly not been total success. And anything which can be done to increase the penetration of these schemes into those areas where they are needed and to those people who need them can only be welcomed. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Bowden, I once again put it on record. I appreciate I put it on record your intervention and your observation of the nature of the challenge that we have across the whole of the combined authority area, and I will never cease enjoying hearing you reminding us of how we have to think as a combined authority and of our constituent parts. So thank you again. I'm happy to move to the vote. I'm assuming Councillor Singer, you would want to propose this. I'm looking for a seconder. I'm going to take Austin Adams on that. So votes in favour, please raise your hands. I take that as across the board unanimous. So in that case, we can move on to what is now part 7, sorry, business board recommendations to the combined authorities. And this is 7.1. Part 7 of the agenda contains recommendations which will be made to the combined authority by the business board. I would remind members that when combined authority board takes decisions as accountable body for the business board, it is committed to acting in line with our assurance framework in the interests of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough area as a whole, and taking decisions based on the recommendations of the business board. Item 7.1 relates to the format of business board meetings. I'm inviting John T. Hill, the Director of Business and Skills, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Matt. On the 5th of March, the Audit and Governance Committee expressed concern that meetings of the business board were held in private and requested that the business board made recommendations to address this concern. This recommendation was considered by the Combined Authority Board on the 24th of March, and it was resolved to refer the recommendation of the Audit and Governance Committee that there should be a presumption that meetings of the business board are carried out in public unless otherwise determined by the chair to the business board for comment and consideration. On the 30th of June 2021, the Combined Authority Board considered the business board's response. This was a recommendation that the business board meetings retain the current format, holding meetings in private with one public annual meeting each year. On being put to the vote, the recommendation was lost. It was agreed that the chairs of the business board and the Audit and Governance Committee would meet to discuss a solution. Following that discussion, on the 14th of September, the business board considered a recommendation that all meetings of the business board should be open to the public unless otherwise determined by the chair. The business board resolved unanimously to recommend the proposals to the combined authority that are in front of you today. So the recommendation from the business board is to approve the proposed format change for the business board meetings. And I believe my chair would like to say something more.
Yes, I would invite Austin Adams. Would you like to comment?
Yes, so thank you, John, for laying out the trail that brings us to where we are today. At the end of the day, a democratic process brought us back to where we are. And I think we have to be very respectful of that. And that was certainly the spirit in which the business board revisited this issue. I met with John Pye and we discussed the concerns and we worked through a number of possible workarounds, and we agreed what we both thought was a workable compromise going forward, and that was what was debated by the business board. It was a lengthy debate, as you might imagine, having previously declined to go down this road, but recognising that we are in a democracy and that there was a strength of feeling that this needed to be addressed, and that the compromise was being tabled that was deemed to be workable, albeit it relies on the discretion of the chair to make it work. And the board voted unanimously to accept this on that basis of my assurances that I would exercise my judgment to manage this elements of confidentiality as required to get the best blend to maintain satisfying the requirements of people who had maybe got concerns about the transparency of the business board, but without interfering in its decision-making processes, governance and debating capability. And at the end of the day, and I'm aware that there are councillors who are quite polarised in their views on this, and are very appreciative of people's support from the previous view that we should remain the status quo. My view is that there are bigger issues to focus on here, and I'm keen to put this to bed and stop talking about it, frankly. We've got a workable solution. The business board have put their trust in me to manage this arrangement, and I would ask councillors here to do the same and accept this and move on, please.
Thank you, Austin. Councillor Smith, you indicated you might like to comment, and then it's
please. Thank you very much. Mr. Adams and I have had quite a lot of correspondence over the last year or so about the operation of the business board. So I welcome this. I'm really pleased to see this because it's bringing us far more in a line with other LEPs and other growth boards. You know, if there's nothing to hide, why have meetings in private? The only thing that leaves me slight cause for concern, but I will, park it. But I will I think we should keep a watching brief on it, is about the, what's implied here is the veto of the chair. So, I mean, I would hope that it would be the board approving a decision for a meeting not to be public on the recommendation of the chair, rather than the chair just having veto over it. So my other concern, so this is a good start. My other concerns have been about the membership of the board and the lack of democratic representation there. And also I've had concerns about the operation of the board as well, which I have various emails about. But this is a good start. And I don't think it's the end of the story. I think this gives us something that we can build on to get sort of proper parity between our business board and the other similar organisations, particularly within the Oxford-Cambridge Arc area. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, thank you. I made considerable comments on this at the last time we discussed it, and my view hasn't actually changed. And I think the chairman of the business board, Austin, used an interesting word. He said it was workable. That means it's not optimal. And I want our business board to be able to operate optimally. And this is hobbling our business board, it's putting it at risk. Austin made very passionate points at the last board meeting and in other meetings that we've had. And I think this puts a huge extra burden on Austin to manage the issues. And I will not vote to inflict a wound on our business board and to put it at risk. We heard from Austin in the past about the few LEPs that do meet in public, and I don't think it's many. That they are often dysfunctional, that they are operating publicly via lip service type fashion, and that they have to pay significantly more amounts of money to get people to serve. So you weigh that against what is the prize of, don't get me wrong, I'm all for openness and transparency. So what is the prize by voting to have business board meetings by default in public? Actually, the prize is not that great because exempt items will still have to be exempt. The public still will not be able to listen to them. And I think we're setting up an expectation here that it will be open doors. And the reality is that the vast majority of business that the business board considers has to be done in private session because of issues of commercial sensitivity. And I suspect just as no members of Overview and Scrutiny or Audit and Governance, all of whom have been invited to observe business board meetings, none of them have taken up that offer from the chair to observe any of the meetings. I don't think members of the public will either. And in the last year, there hasn't been one meeting actually that could have been held fully in public. So I think we're setting up an expectation here that just is not really delivering anything. It's for lip service reasons only. So, I will stick with my previous position because I support the business board to be able to function in the best possible manner that it can. We had a dysfunctional LEP previously. We had a lot of problems. We overhauled the situation. The business board is answerable to the combined authority board. It has been functioning extremely well, getting things done, operating in a fleet of foot fashion. And I think this seriously hobbles its ability to do that and makes it more onerous. And we may well risk losing some people, particularly if it is dragged into the political arena, which is not how it should be operating. And as a final parting comment, I think the recommendation is not explicit. I do believe that the recommendation on the paper should be explicit and it should say what we are actually voting on. It says approve the proposed format change, and then even as a member of this board, you have to go hunting for what it is actually approving. And I think, Mayor, I would ask that you put forward a recommendation that actually explicitly states what we are doing, because when the decision list of this meeting comes out, you can't expect people to go off looking into the report for what it is that we voted on, and all it will say in the decision list is that we approved or didn't approve the proposed format change. And so I think it should explicitly state.
Do you want to put that in?
I do, and I also have another suggestion that I would like to make. So my suggestion, instead of the tabled recommendation, is that approve. Your revised recommendation would be approve all meetings of the business board to be open to the public unless determined otherwise by the chair, and then it's explicit for members of the public to see what we're voting on. So you might like to move that. That's up to you. I'm not moving that. The amendment that I would like to move, however, is that we bring a report back in 6 months' time from the chairman of the business board and his colleagues to inform us on how he thinks it's going and how it's been. And I would like to ask that we have a review of this situation in 6 months' time.
Well, if you want to bring that amendment, that is your right. Do you have a seconder? You've got a seconder. Okay. Did we get that all down?
It's perfectly simple. We have a review of the situation in 6 months' time.
Okay. Well, that's the amendment, but we have to vote if we want it. But we don't have to agree necessarily to have that amendment. We can vote on the amendment if we think we should have it. Do people understand what's been put forward as an amendment and take it?
My additional recommendation, and the mayor may want to change the wording that is tabled on the paper, because I don't think the wording is very helpful, but that's up to the mayor. I am just very simply putting forward an additional recommendation that we review the situation in 6 months' time.
Well, it has been seconded. I'll put my, I'll put down that I don't think that's a particularly helpful amendment in the circumstances. The rest of you are open to have that discussion about the amendment before, otherwise it will fall. It will not. We'll take it on. Councillor Smith.
I don't see the point in reviewing a move to public meetings. I feel that's something that should have been done a long time ago. I'm not averse to a review of the functioning of the business board and its membership and so on at an appropriate time in the future. And if you're willing to, take that on as an informal recommendation, I don't need to formalise it.
Well, on the second point, that is already happening. I'm having very helpful conversations with the business board on a regular basis. I'm particularly enjoying sitting on the business board. I feel I've learned a lot, and working along with Councillor Fitzgerald as well. I think it is a very symbiotic, very positive relationship. But I think in the course of time.
Well, you're lucky that you can enjoy sitting on the business board. Some of the rest of us don't have that choice, and we might like to.
Well, it might be a good discussion point to have in the future. Does anybody else want to, in regard to this amendment that's been put forward, does anybody else want to? Otherwise, we'll go to the vote. So, should we take that as okay? I'm doing all this right.
So, proposed amendment. We've had a debate on it, and you may want to invite the board to vote on whether the amendment is carried.
So, is the amendment as put forward and seconded? Is it carried? Votes for the amendment. Votes against the amendment. So are we?
The amendment falls. We go back to the substantive motion. For clarity, Mayor, you were invited to offer clarification in the recommendation. May I suggest that we read after this report, it should say at paragraph 1.6, that stipulates the changes to the constitution which capture the format shift.
Yeah, that would be acceptable to me in terms of making it easier for people to understand where. So do you need to read that out again, or can we just go to the vote?
Well, hopefully that's clear enough. So after this report, it should be at paragraph 1.6.
Okay, can we go to the vote on that? The additional words as requested by Councillor Bailey. Yes. So yes, we're going to do we're going to do the vote on the amendments. I would second it. So we're making an amendment where we're going to be actually directing the specific direction of where the.
So, Mayor, as chair, you can propose an amendment to the recommendation. If we want to go through the formality of adding at paragraph 1.6, I don't think it's absolutely necessary for the clarity, but let's take it as having been approved from the chair. So we move to the substantive vote on.
Can I just, before we go on to that vote, I know that Austin, you were named in the conversation. Would you want to make any further comments?
Well, maybe just one closing comment. We're in the process of issuing the business board's annual report for the last year, and I was somewhat surprised at some of the comments that have been made by another councillor here today. We'll circulate this, and this speaks for itself about the performance of the business board and its deliverables over the last year. There's a 10-fold increase in the efficacy of the investments that have been made over the previous regime. And when this stands up alongside other LEPs in the UK, we have got to be probably in the top 3 in the UK of our performance. And consider that's been achieved during a pandemic, and we had more than a 1-year delay in being able to make many of the investments that have been made, virtue of the debacle of the previous LEP. So I really do take offence at some of the comments that were being levelled at the business board and how it operates, frankly. Notwithstanding that, my support for this recommendation still stands, accepting the minor modification to just clarify that point for people outside of the meeting, perhaps. Let's get on with it.
I'm happy to get on with it. Do you want to make another comment, Councillor Bowden?
Thank you, Mayor. I did indicate earlier I wish to speak. Sorry, that was right. I regard business board as being the shining jewel of this combined authority, and I'm not just referring to under your administration. I mean, ever since the business board has been established. I was going to say since the beginning of the combined authority, but at that time we were in a very different situation, and the situation we were in with the LEP was absolutely abysmal in a whole host of different ways, and the contrast between what we had then and what we have now could not be greater. So I regard the business board as being the best thing about this combined authority. And I am concerned about anything which is done to the business board which may reduce its effectiveness. Now, I accept what the chairman of the business board says, that he has found a way, he believes, with his members to manage the arrangement. And I respect that. that. But what a shame that the chairman of the business board is put in the situation where he has to manage an arrangement. And what concerns me is whether we've got some very, very competent individuals who are members of the business board. We've got a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, much of which, of course, they will never wish to reveal in public in terms of their opinions about certain things, because that would be quite prejudicial personally for them, quite apart from the work of the business board itself. And what concerns me is if there ends up being any significant amount of the work of the business board which is done in public, that these individuals will find the situation to be untenable, and we might lose some very valuable members of the business board, which we certainly don't want to do. If, as may be the case, very little of the work of the business board can be done in public, then it makes this whole exercise really rather moot. So personally, I would not wish to see this change take place. I'm sorry that so much pressure has been put on the business board to make this what may well end up being a cosmetic change. Very sorry about that. And I will be voting against this. But the one thing which I'm most concerned about, and I think you should be as well, particularly Mayor, again, I'll say you're the leader of this authority, you've got to take responsibility. We do not want to lose members of the business board that we've got at the moment, because we have such a good business board. And I'd urge you to ensure that no individual member of the business board is put in such a situation that they feel it's untenable for them to continue to be a member of the business board. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm obviously, I appreciate everybody's got an opinion on this, and this is why we're discussing it. But just to remind you, at the start of the meeting, I congratulated both Austin, Professor Andy Neely, Tina Barsby, and of course Amir Khalid, who have been reappointed to the business board. They put their name forward, knowing full well that there was going to be a change in the circumstances of how the business board would be run. So I see that as some already members voting with confidence and going forward, respectful of the chairman's role and the difficulty we'll put him in. And I acknowledge that we've discussed that. It's a difficult one to sometimes negotiate, but I feel it's a positive move. And I also want to put on record, there is a jewel here. It is the business board. I've seen that in the course of time, and I enjoy being a member of the business board, where we have the opportunity to talk and make those sorts of important investments going forward. Only yesterday, it was necessary for me to speak in regard to the subject that we're about to come to, and I have had to do a lot of kind of reviewing of what had gone before in terms of the LEP, and I was proud to be interviewed on the TV yesterday and speak on Look East, and acknowledging the huge improvements that the business board has brought. I, however, do not feel that this is a negative step. I actually think in the long term it will be for the better. So could I now move to the vote, please? So as we were with the small recommendation about the identification of where to find the change, are those in favour, please indicate now. And those against, we've recorded that as a majority.
So that's the special voting majority required. 5 in favour of 7.
Thank you. So we've got one final thing, 7.2. Now let's go to that, which is the issue of the IMET investment opportunity and recovery recommendations. Steve Clark, the Senior Responsible Officer for the Local Growth Fund and Market Insight and Evaluation, will introduce the report.
In fact, Mary, it will be myself.
Oh,
Steve's COVID-ridden, I'm afraid.
Okay, I'll be pleased to have you, John, doing it.
So, Mayor, on the 25th of August 2021, the Combined Authority decided against making an offer to acquire the freehold interest of the IMET Centre at Alconbury Weald for its own office occupation and use. On the 26th of August, a decision was sought from the business board under its urgency procedure to provide an update to the local company on the offer it had made for the IMET freehold. The business board resolved by majority to recommend this proposal to the Combined Authority for approval. There were no votes against this recommendation. So the combined authority is recommended to accept the offer for 3.15 million from the private company and delegate authority to myself, Director of Business and Skills, in consultation with the Section 73 officer and the monitoring officer and the Mayor to finalise the completion of the legal and financial aspects of that sale. B, release Cambridge Regional College from the original grant obligations in return for foregoing any income from the sale in favour of the combined authority. And then C, agree that the combined authority should enter into a new agreement with Cambridge Regional College in relation to the equipment to continue delivery of learner and apprenticeship outcomes to the relative value of the equipment being retained by them. Thank you.
Austin, I'm inviting you. Do you want to add anything before I open the report to the board? Austin, can you just press your button, please? Sorry, my apologies.
Sorry. It is incumbent upon us to take responsibility for the actions of the previous LEP and to try and make the best of it. And I think what's being tabled here is probably the best we're likely to get, frankly. I'm keen to move on with it. What I would say is, from a process point of view, the officers have been working very hard on lessons learned to understand how we got into this position and make sure we never would again. We are pretty confident that an application of this nature would never get through the governance and processes and procedures that we have in place today. It would have been left fairly early on the cutting room floor. So that's comforting. Nevertheless, I mean, to do a detailed analysis of what went before, I understand it's very difficult because there's very little documentation and evidence to support how the decision was really made. The one thing that I can't get away from personally, and it's a point I think that's been missed and was missed in the press yesterday, the focus was on the waste of funds. What I can't get my head around is we have a building that is worth £3 to £3.5 million market rates. It's a brand new building. How did we come to pay a developer nearly £10 million to build it? And should we be going back and looking at that?
I would, I would quite like to, and that would be seems a very sensible thing, and I will be taking advice as to how to do that from our point of view. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, just briefly to say, I mean, we discussed last time, I think it was a misguided idea to consider this building for use by the combined authority staff base itself. So I'm glad that's been shelved, and I totally support getting on with this now. I think it's great that local Huntingdonshire company, I believe it is, who needs to expand, can be moving into this building. My recollection is that this is going to return something like 2.6 million, I think, back to the combined authority for uses to what it should have been used for in the first place, which is great. That's a positive. And so I totally support this, and not forgetting recommendation C as well, which I think is really important about trying to make sure that we salvage the original intention that was meant to be coming from this building. That's really important as well, because all that opportunity's been lost, I think, too. So yeah, I echo what Austin said in thanking officers for paying attention to this and bringing it forward, and very pleased that we've shelved the idea of the combined authority moving into it, which I think was a non-starter, and everybody was perplexed as to how that had even come forward at the last meeting. Thank you.
I can't see anybody else indicating a desire to discuss further. Austin, do you want to take as a proposer of this vote, and I second it?
Yes.
So Austin's proposing and I'm seconding.
the recommendations as indicated. Should we take a vote on it? Those in favour? That's a unanimous vote. Good to end on something positive in the circumstances there. Right, that concludes today's business. The board will meet next on Wednesday, the 27th of October. The meeting is now closed. Thank you for you all and your attendance and your patience. Have a good day. Yeah, we'll let you know when the clocks go forward and then we don't go back.